Welcome to the final day of Gamers Without Borders. It is grand finals time. I am joined once again with the awesome Capitalist and Jenkins. Gentlemen, good morning once more.
Morning, Harry.
Good morning.
How are you guys feeling today?
Feeling pretty good. I'm looking forward to a nice best of 5 grand finals between Na'Vi and Secret. I think this should be a good match. I'm not going to say excellent because I'm a bit skeptical that it's going to go to all 5 games, but it should be pretty good.
We would definitely love to go all 5 games. And as you can see here, these are the organizations that would benefit from this tournament. This is a wonderful cause we're all gathered here for. And all 8 teams got to contribute from a prize pool, which we will be, of course, showing you once more. But these top 2 teams, second prize, $350,000. And what they're battling for is $750,000. And once again, it's just an amazing thing to be part of, right, guys?
Yeah, that's a lot of money, man. Like we talked about yesterday, you can win $1 million at TI, and it's that's a different thing from contributing $750,000 to charity. Like you got to pay rent, you can't necessarily put all that money to charity. So these people, whoever wins this, I mean, everybody can sleep soundly at night, but definitely knowing that you've contributed $750,000 to charity, I don't know how you couldn't sleep like a dog.
Have a smile on your face with that, and definitely at a time when the world needs it. And regardless, again, it's a wonderful thing we're a part of, and we're gonna take a look at a few highlights throughout this weekend. We're looking at, I think, notably the best series of the tournament right now. Alliance and Secret was just a ton of fun to watch.
Yeah, that was a ridiculous one. I loved that bottom lane bait that Alliance did with the ward in the trees and catching Matumba Man. And I mean, of course, Secret won this series, right? But Secret is looking like the best team in Dota, period, on the entire planet right now, by a pretty big margin. So just holding a candle to Secret, I think, is impressive right now. And I'm excited to see Na'Vi play against them because, honestly, Na'Vi seems like they have a good amount of momentum. I mean, how could you not after beating OG, especially in such a slugfest of a series?
You feel that
it feels like when I look at like the Secret matches, it feels like it's just a setup of, hey, they're already in the grand finals, like almost a King of the Hill sort of scenario where they're already in the grand finals and people are trying to step to them to see if they can knock them off their pedestal, and nobody has been able to yet. Meanwhile, Na'Vi's matches are all like, that really feels like they're grinding through a bracket, because every single one of their opponents was so tough, I think, that, like Na'Vi versus Virtus Pro and just getting the CIS matchup. VP's been looking pretty good lately. And then having to match up against the two-time TI winners in OG and go to a game 3 there. I think Na'Vi has had the harder road for sure, and as such has probably built up a good amount of momentum.
That is very true. And I think it's also nice. I think it's actually really good for Secret that at least the streak has ended. Do you know what I mean? When a streak starts building up and maybe that kind of gets into your head a bit. So maybe, I mean, they'll be a little bit loose in that regard.
Yeah, I think so. I do want to say, though, one big thing with Secret looking at their games is that a lot of them are not necessarily just hugely Secret favored at every point in the game. Like, there are team fights that will go the way of the other team. There are lanes that will go the way of the other team against Secret. They kind of seem like a team that, and I know this is a little bit BS to say, but this is just how it is with the best teams in Dota usually. They're just immaculate at every stage in the game. You can never let your guard down versus this team. So Secret has looked, I mean, obviously not shaky, but they've looked like you can take these little wins versus them. And it's just a matter of taking those wins throughout the entire game to the point that you win the whole thing, which is not easy, to say the least.
Yeah, when we're talking about like Secret being such a good team, people may think like, oh, they think that Secret is unbeatable. You know, that they are literally unstoppable and no one could possibly touch them. That's not the case, and that's never the case in Dota in general, right? It's you will always lose games and you will always lose series in Dota because it is such a tough competitive field. But when we're talking about the domination of Secret, it's about how not just them winning tournaments, whether or not they're winning tournaments, that domination is more about consistently being in the grand finals, because consistently placing very high is incredibly tough in Dota. That's why there's so much respect for teams that, you know, like people like to clown on EG for the third place meme and such, but getting top 3 at a tournament is more impressive than I think people give credit for. So Secret being up in grand finals so many times in a row says something about their squad.
That is definitely very true. We are going to be jumping into more details about the matchup in just a bit, but we have some very fun questions from Frankie, who's been great throughout this tournament with our players, and we're going to catch that and jump straight to the action right after this fun segment.
What's the most underrated item in Dota 2?
I think the pirate hat. It gives your supports. Never mind, it doesn't do that anymore. But the pirate hat, anyways.
The enchanted quiver, the tier 3 item, is the most underrated item.
Nullifier. I think the item they changed it first and they made it really bad, and I would definitely agree with that. And then they patched it again, and I think people just went under the assumption that item was gone. I think it's much better than what people give it credit for.
Right now, I think it's Blade Mail, but I wouldn't say it's super underrated because a lot of people buy it still. Maybe Blade Mail and the Road of Fetus, those two.
Who do you think are the best heroes in the current patch?
Grimstroke, because he adds a little bit of red to your draft. Coddle, you want to have like a nice age spread between your heroes. And Oracle has seen all the futures, so Oracle.
I would say Lycan, Ricky, and Luna.
I would say, I mean, Keeper of the Light is very strong, but that's known to everyone at this point. Grimstroke is also a very powerful hero, and I do feel like Luna is a hero that is very underused right now and probably one of the best heroes in the patch. I think it's going to move up to the first phase very soon. As soon as people start giving like paying more attention to what it does and figuring it out.
Mars, Pangolier, Axe.
What's your top tip for playing your favorite hero?
My favorite hero is probably Coddle, and my biggest tip is to spam the chat wheel and make sure, because he has such a great laugh, you'll just enjoy yourself so much more. But in a more serious note, make sure you stack a lot of camps. I think that's the key to making the hero work.
My favorite hero is Lycan, for sure, as it is banned in 90% of our games we play. The pro tip would be you buy a Necro book and you buy Helm of Dominator and you run at them.
Favorite hero is Magnus. Unfortunately, it's very unusable right now, and my tip for Magnus players is to not think only about RP. Just think wider. The hero is not only about RP, and you start using RP better when you start also letting it go a little bit.
I don't know, I'd say probably Pangolier, and top tip would be just be as annoying as possible for the enemies. You just constantly, you know, pressure them.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Touching on that, hey, I love Insa's. Just spam the chat wheel. I mean, that's accurate. It probably ups your win rate if you spam the. I mean, OG spams the chat wheel, and they're 2-time TI champions.
I think underrated was Resolution's response to the strongest heroes in the meta, and he just listed 3 different offlaners that he's been spamming for VP.
Yes, Mars, Pango, and Axe, right?
Oh, such an offlane bias, man. It's just best heroes in the game. You know what the supports? They said Coddle, Grimstroke. Where's the Ember Spirit? They didn't ask any position 2 players. Like, where's the Ember Spirit at?
They mentioned Oracle as well. That was nice.
I thought the most interesting was by far Seb's answer of
letting go.
Luna. No, I thought Luna as a hero being strong. I thought that was really interesting because that would that would fit into the most underrated hero, perhaps not strongest hero. So he's saying that like people just need to figure this hero out a little bit more, but it will be really strong. So
I agree. I agree with that.
We'll have to see if either one of these teams picks it up.
And that has been discussed about an up-and-coming meta hero for this patch, Luna, throughout this tournament. So yeah, I'd be very curious to see if that would be maximized on to this best of 5. Speaking of, okay, I love this whole Styles Makes fights, and let's highlight the Na'Vi. We've established that they have a very traditional type of well-rounded draft, and Secret. We were talking about this off stream, that they're just a very talented team fight based type of team. So how would this shape the kind of matches we're going to be seeing?
Oh man, there's a few ways that it can go, because with traditional Dota, there's a couple of approaches to fighting. That is the enemy team just wanting to run at you and fight. So you can group up and you can fight them, but do it better. That can be quite difficult against Team Secret, considering we already talked about they are the best team on the planet, and this is their playstyle. So possibly draft-wise, they could pick to fight. But I imagine what Na'Vi will probably do, just given what we saw from them yesterday, is go with the second route, which is split pushing. I think they're going to split push. I think they're going to pick more traditional heroes, and they're going to try to out-farm Team Secret and fight them when they have some really nice late-game power spike. We saw with the PL in yesterday's series. They did just that with the PL and the Monkey King split pushing right up until the end of the game.
In which case, Secret's playstyle is going to be more based for, like, in the context of this full best of 5, it's going to be more based off of what has been successful for Na'Vi, because Secret can play different ways. What I'm going to guess is going to happen is Secret will draft the way they did, say, in the last game of Alliance, where it's a very run-at-you lineup with a lot of fighting, and they take that Secret style of towers after you kill them over and over and over again. And if that doesn't work, if they do get outscaled by Na'Vi, if Na'Vi holds on via split pushing, then I think what they will do then is swerve back into having a harder carry, like they did for the game 1 and game 2 of Alliance, where they drafted the Spectre, which was a win, and the Medusa, which was the loss against Alliance's Morphling.
Yeah, definitely. I also think a decent addition to your draft, if your Secret, is to pick the same sort of stuff, pick to fight, but make sure that along with those fighting heroes, instead of picking something like a Tidehunter, which of course is one of the best team fighters in the game, you pick something like a Mars, which we've seen Zai play a lot, where you not only have the ability to team fight, but you also have pick-off potential. Then also in the previous series where Secret beat Na'Vi, they picked Puck, which is not a very good hero in this patch. A lot of people don't really... Puck is probably like B- tier, maybe C+. But they did pick the Puck because that is just one of the best heroes in the game at picking off people who are trying to farm lanes across and split push. So that's definitely going to be, I think, a pretty big response from Secret if they go with the fighting playstyles to pick some sort of ganking heroes as well.
So we're talking about Secret in terms of what they can do and apply in regards to playing Na'Vi, but what can Na'Vi do in regards to playing Secret?
I think kind of trust in the formula that you divvied up so far. We're talking about like Na'Vi having more traditional of a, like, we know what they're going to be drafting. Trust that at least initially, because if you're going to play if you're going to win tournaments, right, then you have to be able to beat the best teams, and one of those names instantly is going to come to mind is Secret. So you have to trust in the fact that that your formula is correct, that your space that you're creating for Crystallize, that he will carry the game, that your split pushing is going to be effective. I think they have to trust in that initially, because they have developed a nice style, and you just can't give that up because, like, oh guys, it's Secret, we have to like cheese them or something to be able to take a victory. This Na'Vi team is pretty good, and so they just have to believe in what has gotten them this far in the tournament.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, and they do have the momentum. I mean, like beating VP, I think most people wouldn't have expected that. I know a lot of people think VP is like the best team in CIS. OG, people probably wouldn't expect that either, and I think people aren't expecting Na'Vi to really hold a candle to Secret in this best of 5. And I honestly think that Navi's going to surprise people. I don't know if it's going to go to a full 5 games. I don't know. I'm not going to say that Navi's going to win this necessarily, but I think that Navi's going to surprise people just given what we saw in the previous days. I think this team looks way better than they did in We Play in this particular tournament for whatever reason.
I'm glad Jenkins has the faith and the confidence to be able to say that Navi will surprise people, because I'm expecting the unsurprising outcome here, where Secret just either 3-0 or 3-1 this. But I'm not saying it's not possible, and I'm not saying Navi is a bad team by any means. I just think that, Secret showed a really strong We Play finals and 3-0ing VP Prodigy, and they, just consistently have looked good in every tournament they've gone to.
Sure. I think when you have like a 17-game win streak, it's feeling pretty good. Oh boy.
Okay, so right now, before we're going to be heading into the draft in a bit, but who has the advantage when it comes to a best of 5 in regards to how these teams play? Is it because Secret has so many ways to adjust, maybe they have the advantage, or would you give it to Navi?
I think it seriously comes down to this first game. I think it is crucial, in my opinion, it is crucial for Navi to be able to win this first game, to be able to say that our strategy is good. It doesn't matter if they can read our drafts and know exactly who's going where. It doesn't matter that we have a hard carry, an aggressive mid, and an initiating offlaner every single time. Because we play that well enough, we can beat anybody in the world. So I think that is really important, because once you have lost that first game, then I feel like Navi's their depth of strategy is just less than Secret. Where Secret can give many, 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 many different looks because they're so individually talented and they could just make things work a lot of times on top of experience. Then it's important for Navi to be able to get the advantage in the first game and have that lead in the series if they want to be able to win this best of.
Right. And an analogy that I kind of just thought of is I see Navi as almost like the defenders of a fortress or a castle, right? And Secret are just looking for coming up with strategy after strategy to try to penetrate it, because Navi, like we've talked about, they're kind of doing largely the same thing every game and really trusting in that. So I think the moment Secret finds what makes Navi tick when they're playing at this particular capacity, which is better than what they're playing in We Play, in my opinion, I think that Secret's just gonna stomp Navi out. So if Navi can basically hold the resistance for 3 games straight and Secret throws a bunch of different tactics at them and it doesn't work, then Navi wins. But the moment that Secret wins 1 game, I see them just rinse and repeating that until Navi basically loses the whole series. So really I totally agree with you that this first game is going to tell a lot about what's going to happen in the entire series.
And how exciting would it be if Navi just took that first game? We're going to be in for quite the series in that sense.
Definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely. I think Navi, one of the things they do have to watch out for this first game is drafting too hard of a carry. I actually am not sure if I want to see one of their Phantom Lancers or Spectres, but maybe draft one of the heroes like Lycan, who still fills that role of we're creating space for him to get a lot of farm, but he comes online faster than those other heroes. Right. I don't want them to give too large of a window for Secret to exploit, knowing that they're playing 5 versus 4. I would be very wary of that.
Yeah, I feel you.
And we're going to be jumping into the bans. Draft is kicked off. And I guess that just separates, that's what makes a best of 5 such a test for teams. I mean, it will test your depth as a team, a best of 5.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Best of 5 is where a lot of... I love watching best of 5s because the draft becomes really interesting. A meta is fully developed in a best of 5. By the time you get to game 4, the bans and picks look entirely different oftentimes than what was established earlier on in the tournament, because it's no longer about what is overall good. It's about what is being successful for these two teams and targeting what they are good at, not necessarily what is good in the meta.
And funny enough, people start picking in pubs what they saw in the latest best of 5. All of a sudden, that becomes the meta. It gets weird.
It's like that team was in the finals. They must be doing something right, And so all of a sudden, because they were running, Weaver forward position, or they were running Clinks 5 or something like that, then, well, they can't be crazy. They're in the finals after all. That must be good.
This is pretty interesting. Look, Secret first banned Phoenix. Does that reflect in how well they, was successful with Phoenix with last night's match?
I think so. I think that Phoenix looked very annoying to deal with. They fought really well around it. It wasn't just the Phoenix play. It was also their team play around the Phoenix egg that makes that hero so devastating. In my opinion, one of the biggest contributing factors to the fact that Phoenix is such an S-tier hero right now in pubs is because people are generally getting better at playing around the egg. I've seen a lot of people deny the egg in pubs. Like, for a long time, people didn't even know that you could do that. Now it seems like everybody knows. Everybody goes for the AoE stuns, they protect the egg, and it's partly because people think Phoenix is broken, so it's like, okay, all I need to do is protect this egg, and we're going to win the game. But with that being said, basically, I think the supporting cast of Na'Vi around the Phoenix was just fantastic. So ban that out. Annoying hero. Don't want to play against it.
It works so well with so many of the popular heroes in the meta, and also works against them, right? So, like, of all the offlaners, especially when you've got a Na'Vi that is kitted up even more to traditional offlane style and just picking strength initiating offlaners, then, your Axes, your Marses, all those sort of heroes are so much better with a Phoenix backing them up. And then on top of that, like Secret, they've been drafting some of those heroes as well, but then also like DK's, who's been really successful in the meta. At least I feel that way. I don't have the numbers to back it up, but like that's another hero that these strength cores are just ripped apart by the Sunray.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's so many of these unkillable feeling heroes, and there's not enough net worth on the map to get items to kill them. So you just need spells. And if the enemy team gets a lead, there's no comeback gold. So people have some items that give them strength, and all of a sudden they feel unkillable. Feels really good to have percentage damage.
I think Earthshaker's another good example where Phoenix is actually quite good against. Just the concept of Earthshaker initiates on you, but Phoenix pops the supernova, so you're stuck in this area of like, do I follow up on that Earthshaker initiation, or do we back away from the supernova? Yeah. I think there's a lot of key heroes that are very bad against Phoenix. So I like the fact that Na'Vi banned the Earthshaker as the Phoenix is banned. I also like the fact they took away the Monkey King, another hero that can struggle against Phoenix.
Also, Earthshaker is actually the second most pick banned hero in this tournament, so it's looking pretty solid. I feel like the patch for it is just really nice. As you kind of were alluding to, there's so much fighting that goes on, and also it feels like sometimes you don't have enough damage to kill a lot of these heroes when they get a bit of a gold lead, because you just are never going to get comeback gold. And Earthshaker will never struggle to win team fights. Like you can never have an Earthshaker on your team and have the thought, okay, how do we win a fight? It's like, dog, you just double echo slam them, they're going to die. I don't care what items they have, they'll probably die to that, right?
Yeah. I think if you look at it, Earthshaker last ban and Rubik first pick, those are the two most popular heroes for Team Secret over the last month. And so you've taken that away. Oh. But we talked about the Dragon Knight, and sure enough, it shows its face here, and now a sniper.
Oh.
Oh, man.
Oh,
I can't believe this is a real thing.
They're opening.
Oh, no.
They are establishing. And take note, I know Kuroki made this popular back in January, but Sniper is nerfed, and Yapsor, we're assuming this for Yapsor naturally. Yapsor believes in this hero.
I believe. You know what? I always used to run this Sniper as a support in my late night unranked pub stack, just as a joke. And at the end of the game, I would always have the highest hero damage. And people would always laugh at it and be like, how is that possible? This hero actually craps out damage. You don't need to go for like a Maelstrom, Daedalus, Deso, like the right-click sniper. That build will actually do less damage than a support sniper who's focusing on getting assassinates off and getting shrapnels off. Like, legitimately, it sounds like such a meme, even just because it's sniper, but you do not ever lack damage on your team if there's a sniper. You just don't. You can kill anybody. You can take these long engagements with 3 shrapnel charges, and you will kill the tankiest of heroes. You can kill a goddamn Timbersaw with this hero if you fight him for long enough.
I think the comparison I think of when I look at sniper as a forward position is Zeus, also as a support, in that it's a support that will always put out the most hero damage in the game if you're doing your job correctly anyway. But at the same time, it does come with certain weaknesses, right? It's a backline hero that doesn't initiate for you. It doesn't provide great disables, right? Both of them basically provide a mini stun. Eventually, Sniper will get an Aghanim Scepter, so it turns into kind of a regular stun. But initially, it's just a small little mini stun. The thing about it is that there are some serious cons to it, but as long as you build your lineup a little bit around the fact that you have a sniper, it's good. And I think DK is probably one of the better heroes, right? It's a nice frontline hero. It's a damage soak that causes a lot of attention to be focused on it. It pushes towers as well, which I think
it's a stunner.
Map control is really, really important. And it's a stunner, right? It's a nice initiator for you.
Right, persistent stunner too, because you can have some sort of Magnus or Tidehunter, and that's not going to make up for the fact that your sniper has, is headshot even a mini stun? It's a slow, you have the mini stun from the ultimate, sniper. Really
I was talking about the assassination. But.
Yeah, exactly. Sniper is pure, just pseudo disable up until the point that you get that Aghanim Scepter, like you said. So having some hero that can constantly put out those stuns, DK honestly seems just a perfect hero with the sniper, and of course DK is already such a strong hero in this patch. So. Nice opener here from Team Secret. Do this in your pubs, guys.
Na'Vi have changed something, by the way. They've opened 1-2 supports, right? They did not do this, even when I thought maybe the Clockwork Grimstroke opening was a double support opening. It ended up being core support. This is the first time they've done double support opening in a really long time.
They don't
always pair with either Pasha's hero or Magical's Queen of Pain or something that they feel is overwhelmingly strong in first pick material.
Yeah, or if they're if they're first pick, they'll sometimes do a flex hero and then a support. But it's always it's never two supports for this team.
I also believe this is the first time we are having Lich in this tournament.
Oh, really?
Let me go ahead and check that.
That's a bit surprising to me, just because I think
you are correct.
Lich is pretty strong.
First
a lot less strong now because Enchantress has counterpicked it, so you could just dispel off the ice armor.
Yeah, that's an annoying one. Also, even if you didn't dispel off the ice armor, you still have the impetus to go through it. I always love to pick Enchantress against these physical resistance, magical resistance heroes, because you're just pure, with very literally pure damage. It's probably position 5, so it doesn't matter that much. But the like you said, the purge is so annoying, and the cooldown on the enchant has been reduced for 7 patches in a row or something ridiculous like that. So very easy to just consistently dispel that Lich armor, which is a huge part of what makes Lich.
And Mars, Rezo's happy.
Yeah, it's a classic. Good with the Lich. You can throw the Mars ulti down, and even if you miss your spear, you still have the Lich ulti bouncing around in this kind of tight, confined area. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, for me, that says they thought the Lich was particularly important. Just because I felt like there was nothing stopping them from just going Rubik Mars, right away once they see DK Sniper.
That's
really
true.
Good hero for killing Sniper. The wall is very protective. So I'm surprised that they're holding the Lich up to this high esteem.
Maybe it's because they know that Team Secret just runs at you in fights with not necessarily great tower push. And I know they picked a DK, which and a Lone Druid, which has plenty of tower push, but this Lich is great at just armoring towers and protecting them forever. So maybe it's slow down the pace of the game, basically, and they really valued it because they're playing against Team Secret.
Yeah, I like that idea quite a bit. That makes the most sense to me, because that is what Lich is the most unique at, right? Is being able to protect towers. It's him and Tree Protect.
It's Lich and Tree, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's nobody else really does that for you. So that probably leads us toward a line of thought that Na'Vi is going to go for a harder carry if they are trying to slow down the game as much as possible. But seeing the pressure of a DK and Lone Druid, those heroes can scale into late, so you do have to be a little bit careful of you don't want to be too greedy and just get run over, but at the same time, if you don't draft good enough late game, you can get outscaled as well.
Yeah,
Necro.
Definitely. So I do really like the Necro pick, other than the fact that the Enchantress can purge off the Ghost Shroud, but Necrophos completely dumpsters Lone Druid and lane because you just sit there and hit the bear, and the thing starts with like 3,000 HP, and Necro has a percentage damage ability that just does damage over time. So you really do destroy the bear, as well as Dragon Knight can't really hold a candle to Necrophos' damage, even though he has a good amount of regen. If you have the same levels on Necrophos as you do on DK, Necro will win that lane. So for those two matchups, it's great, but against the Enchantress, not so much. And like Cap was saying, you do need to be careful against Team Secret picking just super late game and hoping to like hold out the game into that point. So they kind of like flip that on its head and they go for the Necro, which is very early game oriented, but not that bad in the late game, of course.
Yeah, like you will always have an answer to Lone Druid and DK now. And I think that's a very wise decision. If you can't get like Death Prophet, like the other intelligence, like percentage-based damage sort of hero that's really good against Lone Druid, then Necro, the other green ghost, is quite strong. And you've got not the most like traditional saves for Necrophos, but you've got like a little bit of something, right? You've got Lich to protect you against some of it if your Ghost Shroud's on cooldown, but then you've also got the Mars Arena. Yeah, the arena, both as being able to frontline, but also being like a wall that you can play around with Necrophos against heroes that don't have BKB, or against projectiles that the DK, a Sniper, and Enchantress are throwing at you. All are really viable. And hell, like the bear can't even get in, right? Because it's not building BKB. So.
Yeah, that's true. Very, very late game, you will pick up that BKB on the Lone Druid usually. So, and once again, another reason why Necro is so strong against the Lone Druid. It's Necro's just pulsating with magical damage out the wazoo, and Lone Druid's not going to pick up that BKB. And even if he does get the ulti form off too on Lone Druid, he's a very easy scythe target because of that. I do really like the Necro pick. I mean, it is what we talked about. Like, it is ballsy picking it into Enchantress, but sometimes you got to bite the bullet to just have a good pick. For the core matchups.
We're about to head into the final pick of Na'Vi and Slark. Ooh, first time I believe this hero's being picked for this tournament as well.
Yeah, you needed a hero that took advantage of the fact that these heroes are so tanky. So, like, any of your burst-oriented heroes are kind of out the window. Like, your Morphlings and such are kind of a bit too far out there. Riki, same thing. I think it pretty much just came down to, like, Phantom Lancer, which you've got the splash of the DK, which is a little annoying, or Slark. Like, those are the two heroes that come to mind where long, drawn-out team fights are quite good. But a Zeus...
Ooh!
Wow, not a popular hero right now, but...
Nisha Zeus.
But very good.
Yeah, I feel like it's pretty underrated, honestly. I mean, this is the king of dealing with illusion heroes, and they're very popular right now. Of course, we don't have any of those on Na'Vi, but with Slark, you can lightning bolt him when he's in his ulti form. Like, nothing that Slark does will mitigate Zeus's damage, as well as you get vision of the Slark, so he can't just run away and regen. Necrophos, he's all about reducing physical damage. He actually amplifies magical damage. Mars is a strength hero who's going to shred to the Zeus percentage damage. Lich has physical resistance, and unfortunately, Rubik does not have magic resistance anymore on that aura. So really, this is a fantastic Zeus game.
Basically gives them like all the damage as well that they were kind of lacking, right? With DK, Lone Druid, those aren't like the most iconic damage dealing cores, but they're really nice tanky frontline heroes. They both push towers. What you really wanted was some really oomph behind them that solidified the fact that if you try and go on this Lone Druid or DK, then you are going to get ripped to shreds. First by the Sniper, but now, especially now, by the Zeus.
Yeah, the only thing that I feel like Team Secret is lacking is some sort of like team fight ultimate, they don't have a Mars, they have like the DK single stun, they have like the... I love their backline frontline in this game. Like, they have these two amazing frontliners, like you mentioned, the Lone Druid and the DK, and then they have probably like the two best backliners in the game, Sniper and Zeus. Maybe the only other one that's just as good as them is like Tinker, but this, or like maybe Drow Ranger a few patches ago. But they do lack that sort of big team fight ability. So there's potential for Na'Vi to snowball with just winning fights with their big team fight abilities in this game.
Well, you know what, guys? We're going to jump straight to the action. Game 1 of this grand finals here at Gamers Without Borders. Cap and Jenkins taking us through the action. Let's go.
So Na'Vi are going to start off with a 5-man mid. I'm not sure exactly how much they can really hide their lanes.
They're trying to catch the ward scouting. I see with the tower vision. That's so funny, but Secret's not taking the bait. What I'm imagining is they probably watched a bunch of Secret's games and they saw that Nisha did that in like a ton of games. So they're just like, all right, let's catch him when he does this and get our mid this advantage. But unfortunately, Nisha did not do that in this particular game. Maybe he's like, oh, I got to change it up a bit. You know, what if they are there?
Especially like a Zeus, right? That's free dewarding. A free little bump that you can get over the opposing mid. So if they were to either A, get a really aggressive ward early off of a smoke or something, and in order to be able to see where the mid ward is going to be placed, or they tried to go for a D ward, that they could potentially exploit that and get a first blood. But no such luck here, and it does look like we're just going to be having normal lanes as expected. Just to be clear, it is going to be Zai playing the Dragon Knight and off-lane DK, while Yapzor is backing him up on the 4-position sniper at bottom lane against the duo of Lich Slark, one of the more potent Slark lanes, I would say, just because Lich really makes up for Slark's relative weakness at level 1 and 2.
Yeah, definitely. Lich is just probably the best lane harasser in the game currently. And look at Puppy.
Look at Puppy, yeah.
He actually set up a ward for this. Very interesting. I mean, it's pretty nice when you have a lone druid and they're playing on dire safe lane. You know that the creep wave is going to start so close to your tower that you don't need to help him at level 1. So you may as well
yeah, Ilias. He tried to go for the range creep there, I think. He wanted to nuke, because that's one of the advantages, right? Is you want a support that is able to nuke down range creeps, because Slark can't do it himself.
Yeah, no way.
And they just, seeing that, they exploit that pretty quickly.
And Zai actually starts with a stun. A lot of DKs, you see them in pubs, they just click that old dragon blood. But sometimes starting with that stun, especially with the sniper and an enchantress, that'll give you enough time to kill almost anyone.
Yeah, and it's not like they can't just continue this tri-lane, especially since they didn't really ward or block the creep camp, so Enchantress will keep on getting neutral creeps here. They have a safe lane lone druid. Like, he doesn't really want a laning partner, particularly since he can play the distance against this mobs.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I don't really see how Rubik Mars is able to pressure a lone druid solo. It's not some, like, Sand King Lina, where it's this heavy kill lane and you need somebody there to help him out. Really, this is Rubik Mars is all about playing like the slow harass lane, but Lone Druid just heals. He's got that Spirit Link.
So how do you think the mid matchup goes? Because Zeus, I believe, is a counter to Necrophos, but not a laning phase counter.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's a game counter. I mean, Necrophos' whole thing in the lane. Bottom lane.
Crystallize needs the pounce. Look at Zai. He keeps on getting in front of him, and he blocks the pounce to get the kill. Nicely done by Secret. Over the middle, Nisha, Slayer. He's saying that top lane, it's useless for me to be up there, so let me try and make some action happen in mid lane. He is going to suicide to the tower just to kind of reset. He's not giving up any experience anyway, so no harm, no foul in that regard.
I love that rotation from Slayer. It makes so much sense to not just sit up there and basically play into Secret's hand. Very quick at recognizing that Secret wanted that Lone Druid solo. Not giving them what they want.
Now he's going to show up in the bottom lane.
Dude, the couriers.
These
ward
couriers,
is so
man.
good. This ward by Puppy. It is scouting so many couriers. Although,
Yapzor, they do manage to get a courier in return and also bring Yapzor down. The rotation by Sion the Slayer. Nicely played. I think what that's so funny about this ward is, they are naturally going to think it's behind the tower, and it's not. It's up by that tier 2 area, and they're just judging. I mean, you could easily judge the distance, right? Even as you lose sight, you know exactly where it should be.
Well, they're so slow, too, with the early couriers, so it's just like... You just wait, and it'll come very slowly, but it'll be there.
This is a ward that I've been using when I've been spamming that 4-position Weaver. Because it's the same thing, right? As long as I know the courier's coming into lane, with Weaver, it's so easy. Shukuchi, I run so quickly to get behind the tower, and if I have Geminate attack, then it's a one-shot on the courier.
Right. I mean, honestly, any boots 4 it seems really good on. Any of these 4s that like kind of wants to play in the enemy jungle, like stopping pulls and things like that, may as well just go for some easy courier snipes. Do people really utilize the early wards anyway? I feel like at least in most pubs, it's not super well utilized. Even in competitive games, people sometimes don't even buy the early wards because they just consider them useless.
Yeah, I mean, we have such, like, a little bit more static laning phase, right? Because, like, all of the roaming 4 positions are not really in meta. The most notable being, like, Earth Spirit.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. People just kind of chill in lanes these days.
Feels like the off lane is kind of, like, it's on equal respect of the safe lane now.
Yeah, for sure.
Know,
I mean,
like, you're gonna win. You want to win one of those side lanes, and it doesn't really matter which one.
No, I mean, teams are even throwing like a Chen plus a carry in the off lane these days because it doesn't really matter. It just matters that you win one of those lanes.
2 to 3. 5-minute bounties about to come up, and of course the aggressive tri-lane from Secret should be able to secure both here, but Matubaman, this is the special advantage that the Lone Druid has. He can always put the bear out to a bounty rune somewhere on the map and use Savage Roar to scare away the opposing players, so it's kind of like they should always be able to get a freebie.
Oh, look at this. Yeah,
Slayer.
Scouting Slayer.
He's on the run. Shrapnel is going to slow him down enough that Nisha will get here with Lightning Bolt. Slayer, I think, hoping to be able to get a neutral creep deny, is trying to draw the aggro, but he won't get it. Nisha claims the kill. Back over to bottom lane, though. Ilias turns around, tries to go off that last Frost Blast that surely would have killed the Enchantress. Looks like Crystallize was able to get the kill anyway, but a Dragon Tail stun, Zai with a Fire Breath, and that is Crystallize going down, and a 2-for-1.
They're really punishing this Slark pick, who is just so abysmal in the laning stage against basically anything other than just these like solo melee strength offlaners. But when there's an Enchantress there, when there's a sniper that's peeping around, it's quite difficult to play this hero. Not a very good laner.
Look at Magical just bully the hell out of Nisha. He is almost level 7, and Nisha is actually farther away from level 6 than Magical is to level 7.
Yeah, this is he's doing the Sumail tactic, which is to just push the wave and then kind of create the next equilibrium between the tier 1 and the tier 2, zoning Nisha from the creeps that are dying to tower. It's very annoying and difficult to deal with. You honestly need a support to come in, which is exactly what Puppy's doing with this Centaur creep.
Yeah, this kind of play really abuses the fact they don't have the best rotating supports, right? On the other side, Na'Vi, they have excellent supports to make rotations because they do have very clear nukes and stuns, but you know, a magical cutting creep wave and a Enchantress or Sniper shows up, you just kind of laugh it off. You're like, whatever.
Yep. Yeah, for sure.
Uh-oh, Pasha. Pasha's in trouble at the top lane. He's probably going to die here as he's been rooted to the spot. Looks like he was trying to back lane a little bit, but Matumba goes out of his way to shut that down. Now a stun from Zai. Zai, who pushed that bottom tower, TP's into mid to use the rest of his dragon form to be able to find a second kill for Matumba.
Very efficient play from Secret here, abusing that double support rotation on mid to get the bot tower, also pressure top. The Matumba Man knows that it's just a Mars up there. He can play very aggressive with the bear, chasing him around. And Secret, they're a team that whenever you look somewhere on the map and something bad is happening to them, they are almost always taking a trade. And, you know, usually they're taking the better trade. They're very good at doing this.
Oh, no. He was so close to being able to live there. Pasha at the top lane trying to get around this wall to stay away from the bear, and he will manage to save his own life. Ilias actually dying to the neutral creeps. Didn't see that one. Looks like Zai came over, but didn't manage to get the last hit on the kill. Oh, he got rooted by the
goddamn
Prowlers.
purple
What a disaster.
Creep. Goddamn, those purple creeps, man. They are the worst thing. Ice Frog, please.
Magical TP'd up to the top lane, but a good Savage Roar pushed him away. So Matumban was able to escape from some very aggressive action. They got to break down the laning phase right now, though, because they've lost their safe lane tower. They haven't taken a safe lane tower in return, and Pasha hates his life in this top lane. He does not want to be here anymore. And this is not like the Brewmaster game from earlier where you are just your ultimate. Mars, you definitely need some items.
Yeah, oh, for sure, for sure. I do like Magical going to this top lane to lane against the Lone Druid, but man, Matumban seems like he's maybe a little too big to just get bullied off like this. Magical taking quite a lot of damage from that bear. They are managing to get a bit of chip damage on the tower.
Puppey will pull it off with the Wolf. The two supports are going to back up Magical. He's their strongest hero at this point, so very important that they play around him.
Crystallize finally get some space in the bottom lane.
Crystallize and Pasha both getting some space in this game, thanks to that aggressive move from Na'Vi. I'd kind of like to see them continue that play, just because it seemingly was so effective at giving the other two cores space to recover.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. I mean, Matumbaman's just jungling up, but Puppey's taking the top lane now, and when that play was happening, Matumbaman had to deal with that wave as well, so we can very literally see what Secret is gaining from that, and they went from a 3k gold lead to a 4k gold lead at 10 minutes in.
Oh, a little bit close, but Pasha did have some magic wand charges, so he lived through that burst. Though not really a wasted Thunder God's Wrath, but not what its intended use was meant to be. That was trying to get a kill. Maybe they just wanted to take the time to get neutral items on Na'Vi.
Yeah.
Like maybe that's why they're playing in the triangle so much.
Right. That's definitely true. That can happen where you're just like pushing so many creep waves and you realize it's been 5 minutes since the neutral item timer passed and you're missing out on some crucial, effective net worth.
Yeah. On poor man, Shield Faded Brooch is a hyped one always.
Who's got that? Who's rocking that right now?
Nobody. Nobody has it yet.
Oh, come on, guys.
On the side of Na'Vi. I don't know how.
That's a nuts item.
Yeah.
I see people hold that until like tier 3 items often.
Yeah, for sure. Like a unique source of movement speed is so value.
Yeah, of course. Windlace, I mean, everybody gets a Windlace too.
Zai is going to be pulled back in. They are just going to try and surround him. Now, there is going to be a lot of rotations coming in. The arena goes out, but the spear misses, and that extra damage was crucial for them to be able to have a chance to bring down the Dragonite before Secret ends up showing up. Yapzor with the long-range assassinate should just be able to slow down Pasha. Maybe long enough for Nisha to get this last lightning bolt, but never mind. Pasha, 375 movement speed compared to Nisha's 345. Now he gets a Windlace, a little bit faster, might just be able to catch Ilias, but a little bit too deep, I believe. So he backs up. Crystallize, meanwhile, TP to the other side of the map. He wants to play away from those Secrets heroes as much as possible.
Yeah, and, going a little bit better for Na'Vi because of this. Crystallize just totally avoiding the fight. Secret has to TP so many people bot to protect Zai. He is tanky, but he is definitely not tanky enough to survive those 3 heroes if there isn't a response that comes in from Secret. So Na'Vi did a very good job at just abusing that response that they knew was going to come in there.
Now, this is definitely a nice deny there by Pasha. Magical. They're going to try and go onto him here. He does have a cloak to try and protect him against some of this magic damage, but there's so much of it that he's going to have to retreat. Nisha still has a chance here. He's got the Thunder God's Wrath, but it's not even needed. Zai, with the Breathe Fire, was able to claim the kill, and that was their strongest hero. Na'Vi was playing around Magical so much, but now they're just bleeding out towers. They're losing crucial heroes. This is looking like Secret is just going to build up such a large net worth lead now, as they're already up 5k, but this kind of map control, it's going to get even worse.
This is the sort of thing that I mean when I say, like, Secret just plays team fights in these little engagements so mechanically well, where they get things that a lot of other teams wouldn't. So Zai in that fight knew that Magical had the Scythe and that he was low enough to be Scythed and potentially die. And so he kind of baited there, like he was going in and out, and then Magical turns around to Scythe him, and then that's when Magical ended up dying. And Zai does this a lot, on Dragonite in particular. Like, he really likes to kite with this hero's HP regen and the low cooldown stun. And another deny from Magical.
The Arena goes out in the behind. They manage to catch Yapzor. That's going to be an easy kill, but at the same time, Matumbaman is closing in. They're going to focus all their attention on Design, get a Chain Frost that continues to bounce back and forth. It's going to land onto the Bear. Pasha, he's going to run straight into Nisha. Very likely go down here. So in the end, it's a 1-for-1 exchange with a buyback. They did manage to get the deny as well, so not too terrible for Na'Vi as a whole.
The map is closing in on them, though.
Yeah.
I mean, we do have the outposts in this patch, so it's never really as bad as it seems when you lose towers. You know, it could be worse. But we've already talked about the fact that there just isn't a comeback gold factor anymore. So it's you know, I suppose it's about even with the outposts and not having comeback gold. Ilias just eats it. Oh man. He looked almost AFK there.
You know, this is so hard because these ranged backliners, and I think this might have been a bit of an oversight by Na'Vi. They needed Pasha to have a good game because he's the only playmaker that they have. They have a Necrophos and Slark cores. They're just not online. They want to keep on. They're very static heroes. They want to keep on farming. And if their only playmaker isn't anywhere close to a playmaking item like the Blink Dagger that he so desperately needs, then this Zeus and Sniper have so much space to abuse Na'Vi over and over again. There's no real recompense for any of the moves that they make.
Yeah, definitely. They are getting close to the point where Slark can start making plays. He does almost have the Diffusal Blade, but you know, I totally agree. I think a large reason that Na'Vi has lost a lot of these early towers is because their playmaker got hit so honestly destroyed in the lane. If he had a better lane on Pasha, it's very likely he'd be behind the tower. They'd have that tier 1 tower top earlier on into the game. That seems to be kind of how Mars likes to play in an ideal game too, is to just be that kind of person that's in the enemy team's face for the entire match and making space for your team. But he definitely cannot do that right now.
It also should be noted that this is the way that Na'Vi has played and has succeeded making comebacks before, right? Is being able to have a timing that is later on in the game. And it does mean that you can't get run over by some of these better teams, but they're going to keep on split pushing. They're going to keep on grinding it out. And as you said, Crystallize, he's closing in on his timing. He has Diffuser Blade, so he can't sort of fight. Once he gets Shadow Blade, it'll be a lot better for him. Same goes with Magical, right? Once he gets his, if he can get a full-out pipe, it'd be great, but even just the hood is getting him that much closer. Like, these heroes were very weak 5 minutes ago, and you know, give them another 5 minutes and they may actually be able to stand toe-to-toe against Secret. But that's just presuming they don't lose anything more than what they've already lost.
For sure. They need these items to jump the back line. Like, there's no way to win these fights without jumping the Zeus and the Sniper. We know it.
Pasha.
Yeah, he's doing the old wraparound with the Quelling Blade.
That's so cool because it's so hard for him to make plays without Blink Dagger right now. So he has to do unique things like this, yeah.
But Nisha actually sniffs it out. He was playing to the bottom right of the tower, which is not very typical. He was usually he'll play behind the tower and just like in the tower, maybe even in the trees where Pasha was, which is exactly why Pasha was doing it. So Nisha has been on point this game with his predictions.
Dude, how sad is this? You get spotted out by a bear. That leads to an assassination, so you can't hide or TP. And then you're probably just going to die. Crystallize is actually going to go onto Matumbaman here. They have the Reaper Sight, so they can definitely bring down Matu. He is not going to die to the Reaper Sight, but he will end up falling either way. Puppy, he's going to be momentarily saved by a Glimmer Cape. They do spot him. They want to go for Nisha, but at the same time, Crystallize, he doesn't have a whole lot else to work with. The assassination isn't quite enough, but the Lightning Bolt that rains in from Nisha will be enough. Na'Vi get greedy and underestimate the staying power that Secret has there. They blew everything they had to be able to kill Matumbaman. They really didn't have anything else.
Yeah, and I think in retrospect, in this draft, the Zeus and the Sniper are both really good answers to the Slark. He was out of range there. Like, he could have survived that if it was any other heroes against him. But with the Zeus and the Sniper, they have the range, they have the vision that he's not getting his ultimate regen. So he's just not able to get away like a lot of normal Slarks would normally be able to get away.
With that, Na'Vi, they did actually gain a bit of ground in net worth overall. surprisingly enough. And Pasha is closing in on that Blink Dagger, which will significantly help this lineup, I think. They just don't have very often a very clear source of initiation. Most of the time when they walk away with some sort of kill, it's because it was a trade-off where a hero overextended, like how Matumba Man was going in for the Lich, and because of that, they had the positioning for Slark to close that gap.
Yeah, that was basically the cost of like the cheeky bear play that Secret did. Was the I think we wanted them to succeed in that, and they wanted to succeed in that just because it was so silly to like pop the Lich with all the ranged abilities with just the bear. But then of course Matumba Man going in for the kill ends up dying.
Life almost done for Magical. That is a huge kill. If they can actually taste Zeus out of this fight, then there's just not a ton of damage left for Secret. Are they going to continue? The Zai, yeah, he's going to go forward, stuns up Ilias, but there is just the assassination to follow that up. And if anything, they're a little bit out of position now. Crystallize sees this opportunity to catch Zai. One slow followed by a second one. Now Zai is very tanky, no doubt, but once they get him below that health point, then the Reaper's Scythe should be enough to cut him down. Matumba Man is cutting in from the side, though. They want to be able to fight this. Zai is kiting this out, and Crystallize is already a little bit low, and now he's been feared up. He does manage to get off his ultimate, though. Crystallize trying to heal up is going to be able to TP. Oh, the root first hit!
Are you kidding me? Oh, no.
Jenkins, you said Zai loves to be able to kite things out with his Dragonite, and there was a great example of that. He baited them in for so long that Matumba Man was able to come in and win that fight for them.
Am I crazy? Oh, okay, actually, Pasha is... He has a blink, but Zai does too. Oh, boy. Yoink. Just like that, Nisha steals the kill. But am I crazy to say that this offlane Dragonite is just... It feels to me like Timbersaw, like another Timbersaw.
Yeah.
With the Dragon Blood max, where you're basically... You just want the enemy team to commit stuff on you. And I know it kind of sounds obvious in retrospect after seeing these fights, but that's not how DK was played in the mid lane. You were a damage dealer, you were a tower taker, you were like a frontliner. Timber's very different. Like his entire existence relies on playing at low HP, baiting the enemy team to think that you're vulnerable when you're really not. And it really feels like that's how Zai is thinking about this Dragonite.
Yeah, a combination of how tanky he was plus the movement speed he had in Dragon form allowed him to stay mostly ahead of Na'Vi, and that successful fights and leads into enough map control for them to be able to get Roshan. So now they've got an Aegis on Nisha, which is really the only exploited point there that was for Na'Vi, which is if they can get Nisha first, then they've got a pretty good chance of winning the fight, or at least walking away from it feeling pretty happy. But now with the second life, like, who do you go on? Who do you try and jump first?
Yeah, I mean, it's...
Still gonna try, though. Pasha is gonna be able to be right there. Nisha instantly heals him up, preventing the spear. Pasha, you gotta land this one, and he does manage to hit him, but it's only gonna be that first life. The rest is Secret. They're closing in fast, and they're looking to be able to catch some people. Magical gets rooted up on that first hit right before he goes shrouded, so this is a disaster for him. He's gonna get banged on by Matumba Man. That's gonna lead eventually to a second root, where Nisha will get there with all of his magic damage for the double kill.
Just like that. This is looking pretty damn over for Na'Vi. It really feels like Secret has their number. They're, I think with this Lone Druid Desolator, they're going to snowball and take every outer tower, take Roshan, and Na'Vi's going to have to mount some sort of crazy base defense. But they don't have great high ground defenders, other than like Lich, I guess, with the Frost Armor. But I don't know, against a Lone Druid Bear with the Desolator, it doesn't feel like it's going to be enough.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, this guy's gonna rip apart towers as soon as they win him. One more fight, and then it's just gonna be Lena Barracks easily.
Dude, shout out to this Glimmer Cape on Puppey. This has been a complete lifesaver in all of these fights. He's either saving Nisha with it, or he's making them have to commit everything on Nisha or Matumba or on Zai on the DK with the Glimmer, because think about the heroes on Na'Vi. None of these cores are gonna buy detection. Right? None of them have slots for it, and the supports are backliners. So who's gonna detect the Glimmer Cape? Lich has to run in and die to do it, or Rubik, and that's been happening. That's literally how Zai is like getting the stuns on these supports, is that the Glimmer's baiting the supports in to use the detection.
Pasha was set up to maybe take a fight at top lane, but too many heroes showed up, so instead he's going to be cutting waves. But just one creep wave is enough for Secret to be able to take that tier 2 tower. Nobody can really get close enough to them.
Lone Druid DK.
Has been killed.
That is all they need. Good lord, look at that damage. He's got a Dragon Scale too on the bear.
Hey, that was a hype pick-off, though. He managed to stop the Aghanim Scepter from Yapzor. Killed the card.
Oh, that's really good. Yeah, that's huge. We talked about the lack of teamfight ultimates on Secret, and definitely that Aghanim Scepter.
Oh no, Pasha! He started the TP right as Nisha kind of showed up. He popped his Thunder God's Wrath, and now with no Mars, they know, okay, you guys can just keep going and force this push all the way into lane of Barracks. They're going to lead off with a stun on a Magical. There is going to be the help of the Frost Shield as best as possible. The magic damage isn't quite enough. Magical will live through this, but at the same time, he doesn't have the mana to stick around either. Secret, having forced him back, don't have a creep wave to work with, though, so backdoor protection is back up.
Mid, though. They've got the mid wave coming in. Nisha's definitely calling for that right now. He's like, guys, I got mid wave. Just wait.
Well, with Pasha showing, maybe they could go for another push, or maybe...
There's a couple things they could do right now. They could do the full sweep and just push Crystallize out of his own jungle, which it does look like they're doing that, or they could go Roche. But it looks like they're going for the sweep. Just push Na'Vi into their base. Like, you guys shouldn't be out here. You know, we're winning this game. You can't farm. Get in your base.
And by Roche, you mean, like, just control the map until second Roshan is up.
Oh, sorry. Okay, Roche is definitely...
You're supposed to say yes. That's what I meant.
Yes.
I'm always there to bail you out.
Cap. I appreciate it.
But yes, not another 4 minutes until potential Roshan spawn timing.
Right, I forgot Nisha like walked in and immediately lost the Aegis.
So Na'Vi, we said in the pregame, they're gonna have to do some split pushing shenanigans. That's part of their core identity. And when you're locked inside your base, split pushing is your only opportunity to get some net worth. And Posh is out there, but this is part of the problem. They have so many heroes that can operate independently on Secret, and they've got really good ways to spot you. So for example, here, Pasha, if he'd been hit by the assassination, then he just may not have been able to escape at all.
Right, and Nisha's about to have his full Aghanim Scepter on Zeus, which means that TP cancel that we saw on Pasha is not going to be so clutch. You know, it's pretty easy to cancel TPs when you could just Zeus ulti and then, you know, pop the Nimbus on the split pushing hero. It's going to be very difficult for Pasha to keep doing what he's doing right now.
Yeah, how do you blink TP ever against Assassination plus Nimbus?
It sounds
like they're seeing exactly where you're going, both through Assassination and Thunder God's Wrath, and they have two different mini stuns that are near global to be able to catch you. Nimbus, and then if you're anywhere near the sniper, then he's gonna find you. But Band, they're actually right on top of him. Crystallize, he's gonna go for this kill. They're gonna manage to telekinesis and blow him up so quickly. That was great. He was in range for him, and they didn't let him get off Savage Roar. Just beautiful. It is gonna cost Pasha his life, though, as he was drawing a lot of attention in the bottom lane. But a brilliant trade-off for Na'Vi, no doubt.
Does give Magical some space top, too, at least, and now he can possibly pick up this tier 1 tower just by virtue of the creeps. They definitely need this map control, and this is the tower around the Roshan pit, which is going to be the next objective.
What do you think about Yule's Scepter as his next item? Ilias, he's dead. That's just a natural support pickoff that can happen anywhere around the map if they're outside of their base.
I think Yule's is good. I mean, it's just something to... If Lone Druid's on him, he's sitting on shrapnels in the Zeus thing. It's like just delays his death a little bit longer, which means potentially his team can get off a little bit more damage in the fights.
I felt a little bit better about Lotus Orb, just because, okay, you get a bit of armor, that's helpful. The fact that you can put it on allies, right, to be able to stop a root or stop a the Savage Roar.
That's about
good TP cancel onto Slayer. This is just what's going to happen. If you're going to back up on split pushing, then Zeus is one of the best answers to it.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, it's why it's a counter to Tinker. Tinker's just standing in trees, TPing all the time, and it's the exact reason that he's good against any form of split pushing and teleportation. It's just so easy to cancel.
Yeah, it's incredible how like these sort of things in drafts really come together, where we can see part of it from our perspective as analysts, we can see, okay, this is a really good Zeus game, no doubt, but then it also matches into what Navi's playstyle has been for this tournament so well.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. I definitely did not clue into that in the draft, but in retrospect, it's so good against. I mean, usually Magical is on a split pushing hero too. Like, I feel like that is another potential issue with Navi's draft. If we are talking about maybe they should stick to Comfort, is that Magical is on this Necrophos hero, which, yes, is a counter to the Dragon Knight and the Lone Druid, certainly. Very good against these heroes. But usually he's on something like a Queen of Pain or a Monkey King or whatever that can just hit lane creeps and split push. But Necro, he does that, he's gonna die. So he's just kind of standing in base the entire time.
Let me list like the last 10 heroes as we're gonna watch Crystallize go down. He's been, oh, they do have it. His ultimate just did not last quite long enough, Yules, to stop the TP, but to your point, Magical has played Monkey King, Queen of Pain, Death Prophet, Ember Spirit, Monkey King, Void Spirit. Like, those are all playmaking, run around the map, kill heroes. Yeah,
Necro is the polar opposite of a fast hero. You basically stand in a single place and say, hey, come get me. But when you're playing against a 14k gold lead Secret, it's not feeling too good. You're just kind of chilling in your base the entire time. It's not been a very fun game for Magical.
Yeah, he can't even stand here in front of this tier 3 tower without being in danger. As the chain stun's coming out, Magical will manage to get off the Ghost Shroud, healing himself up somewhat. Benicia continues to pursue, pushing him back to the fountain and allowing them to get some damage on tier 3 until the glyph comes out. Now the glyph is down. It is free reign for Secret. And this Lich Armor, which we said was part of the reason was to be able to slow down the game, it is not slowing it that much, as Secret are able to take that tier 3. They back up to their high ground area. Seems like no rush to force these fights right now with Roshan potentially on the table.
Yeah, it's just so close at this point. You may as well just go back and rush. Tier 3 is not that important these days. There's no, you can't kill the outposts with taking the tier 3s down, so it's not super important. But with that being said, whenever you're playing against a Lone Druid, he can just shred through your barracks, so it does feel a little scary having your barracks exposed, as well as your throne, of course. And they now see that Rosh is up.
I think this smoke is like potential Rosh spawn timing, so let's take a team fight. And they're going to be able to catch easily Ilias. He should go down. The Black Dragon out from Zai, thanks to his Aghanim Scepter, is going to allow him to just march into the base completely unimpeded. Now Pasha tries to make his initiation, going for Matumba Man. The Yule Scepter stopped his spear. He still managed to get off in the end, but because he already popped his true form, Matumba Man is too tanky. He's going to be able to get away. Pasha trying to limp out of this team fight. Ilias coming back in his second life and his second death on the table. Slayer just being slowed down by both Zai as well as Puppey. The double kill for him. A shot through the dark from Yapsor is going to be able to find a third one, and now they can just group up on Magical. He gets his Ghost Shroud quickly dispelled by Puppey, and that is Secret taking game number 1 in Black Dragon style.
Oh man, he looks really good on DK, which I think says a lot because that is one of the most boring heroes in this video game that you can play. And that just to me speaks to how crazy of a player that Zai is that he can use this hero and still look so flashy and so silly on it at the same time. It's really cool to see.
Yeah, anytime that I'm walking away and saying like, oh, I want to play that hero, then especially a hero like DK, like I want to play DK off lane now, and only Zai can make me feel that way, because like playing DK off lane is, as you said, incredibly boring.
Look at me, I'm tanky. Wow.
Yeah.
0 deaths on Zai. Despite... Wait, is that right? Matumba Man definitely died. That's not right. But Zai actually did have 0 deaths. The kill counter was wrong, but Zai actually did have 0. Zai, I believe, was the only one on his team that had 0 deaths. Despite every single fight basically starting with like, oh, holy crap, Zai is dying! Help! Oh, he's getting killed! And he still died 0 times. Like, what in God's name? What a god.
It just meant that he had the perfect read of the game, right? And how far he could really stretch it. When it seemed like he was out of position, and we even said as much, that wasn't the case.
Okay, guys, so since we're talking about Zai, before we touch on Na'Vi a bit, is it safe to say that Zai is the best baiter in the game right now?
he is a masturbator for sure.
Incredibly good.
Yeah.
He's probably had a lot of practice in that regard.
I mean, I see him doing it on stream all the time too. I'll watch his stream and I'll think about baiting myself.
Wait, he does that on stream?
He does, yeah, he does.
Oh man, I gotta watch some more Zai streams. I mean, I was a
Yeah,
fan of
check it
Zai
out.
stream, but now that I know he does that,
Yeah.
Because he did it. He did it numerous times in this tournament as well. He baited the Coddle ult. I think that was yesterday. Baited the Scythe just now, and he was baiting with his DK a while ago, getting that kill top lane. So yeah, he does that very well.
Yeah, this is the we talked about this a bit off stream, Ari, but this idea that a lot of these extremely good tier 1 players, they really enjoy just winning these individual moments. It's very clear. Like I said, you can watch, jokes aside, you can watch Zai on stream, and the guy just is laughing and having. Well, actually, he doesn't really talk much on stream, but you know what I mean. Like you can tell that he's really enjoying it. He memes it up. He's playing like the most ridiculous music. He's like playing, the BBC wildlife documentaries while playing Tusk. Like he really enjoys just, I'm going to win this individual moment. I'm going to have the most fun possible in this individual moment. And I think that being in the moment in the game at all points, it's just what makes him like one of the best team fighters in the game. Like he's always on top of his mechanics in these fights.
And that is definitely apparent. Okay, now before we head into a break, I just want to just see the contrast here. They were able to scale, Navi was able to scale their PL last night with that last game, but they weren't able to scale, of course, building around their core this game. What did Secret do just to be able to stop that in order for, of course, Navi to have their way?
I think that a couple things. Secret played cleaner. So they didn't give up like any bad fights, basically. They were always growing more and more of a lead. And then the other thing is that they had the answers to split pushing, right? They had the Nisha Zeus with an Aghanim Scepter. They have like even little things like how do you split push when a bear shows up, right? When he could just savage roar you, or you've been assassinated, right? There you had so much reach in the regard of not reach in necessarily being able to go and catch a hero and start a team fight, but more of specifically a reach that is designed to stop split pushing, to stop you from being able to kill a creep wave and back into the trees and TP out.
Right. I think you're 100% correct, because if you look at all of Team Secret's drafts from the previous games, they don't look anything like that, barring like the DK. They really don't. So it's very clear to me that they looked at Navi, they saw exactly what Navi does in every game, and they drafted against it. Because like this Zeus hero, I mean, you barely see it, right? It's never in any games. Secret hasn't picked Lone Druid in their last like 20 matches, so it's not like these are staple Secret heroes. They just think it's really good for this particular series.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Okay, so we were talking about how important Game 1 was for Navi. We're going to touch more in terms of what they need to do adjust after losing this crucial game at Game 2. And we're going to touch on that right after this break.
Since 1948, Direct Relief has sent a lot of boxes to a lot of places. But it's never been about the boxes. It's about the compassion that fills them and the people who need them. It's not about the life-saving drugs and supplies inside the box. It's that people are alive because they were sent. It's not about sending boxes to all 50 states and more than 70 countries each year. It's the willingness to confront any crisis, cross any border, and work alongside local organizations to help people rebuild their lives, or just to stay healthy. It's not about the latest technologies or business trends. It's extending the benefits of innovation and the talents of businesses to people and communities that are often overlooked. It's not about the awards or ratings or headlines. It's the commitment to do whatever is necessary, to do it with respect, and to do it efficiently. For all the boxes Direct Relief sends, it's never about the boxes. It's the collective effort that delivers them and what that represents. Most of all, it's about what people get out of them. The opportunities of health and to experience the joys and wonders of life.
I'm Sienna Miller, and I've been a global ambassador with International Medical Corps since 2009, seeing their life-saving work firsthand around the world. In such desperate times, minutes make the difference between life and death. When most others are running away, International Medical Corps rushes in. We go deep into the hardest hit and most remote areas to reach those in greatest need. Since 1984, International Medical Corps has reached tens of millions of people in over 75 countries, saving lives with a simple idea: give local people the skills and knowledge, and that investment will pay off long after the crisis has ended. More than 90% of our 7,000 staff around the world are local to the communities we serve, taking care of people inside their own communities, easing suffering, and saving lives. We are International Medical Corps.
There you have it. If you just tuned in, those were the wonderful organizations that is with this awesome tournament and this charity prize pool, 1.5 million US dollars to these organizations committed to battling this pandemic that we are all experiencing right now. And these two teams will get the lion's share of that charity prize pool. We're going to find out more about that in just a bit later at the end of this series. You were talking about, guys, how Na'Vi needed to win game one. And we were talking about they stick to what they know. Did they execute the best possible battle plan for game one? Because if they didn't, maybe they can do it better game two.
You know, I feel like they probably didn't. We talked about it, and when Cap listed off Magical's heroes that he's played in the past 10 games, and it's all split pushing fast heroes, and all of a sudden he's on Necrophos to counter Team Secret's draft. I almost feel like they got baited into playing a little reactively or drafting reactively as opposed to drafting their comfort, which is what they've done. I mean, if they were a team that drafted reactively before, I would say go for it, go guns blazing, draft reactively, but that's not what they've done. So they're just out of their comfort zone in more ways than one.
And I think it's very hard to appropriately counter draft Secret, just because it feels like there's always layers to their drafting. I mean, like just that Zeus last pick and how we talked about how it fits both into the game and it's effective against Navi's playstyle. That for me says there's levels to this drafting game that Secret are pulling into this. Meanwhile, Navi, it felt like it was very flat in that regard. So I agree with Jenkins. I think they need to go back to like you have to just try for your style, even if you feel like you're going to get counterpicked quite heavily by Secret. And it also to another thing is that Secret have been picking second pick throughout for a while now. In fact, they did it just now in this game 2, so we'll see it when the draft comes up. But also I just see them on second pick so often, so I have to assume that they're actually actively choosing second pick. So they're willing to be counterpicked, but because of their drafting style, it feels very difficult, I think. Like when you see a 4-position sniper, you're not the most experienced at being able to read like, okay, what is good against this? How do we counterpick this?
Right, I totally agree. Like they will pick Queen of Pain, they'll flex it to every core role. They'll pick DK, they'll flex it to every core role. So if you're just flexing all of your heroes already, then second pick kind of seems good.
Yeah.
So is it safe to say that Secret kind of got into Navi's head a bit? Game 1?
I think so. I think it's hard to play against a team that has had an almost 20-game win streak with a few blips here and there without letting it get to your head to some degree. There's also this aura surrounding Secret, and there has been for a long time now, that, like Cap was saying, it's all about dethroning them. We've seen in some of these interviews, like you ask a player like what team is like the strongest team in the tournament, and without a doubt, every single player will say Secret. Like everybody's scared of Secret, so it can get to you. And I'm sure it would be very interesting to hear what their comms are right now, because it's probably something along the lines of like, let's just play our game. Like, we don't need to play to them. Like, we're really good at what we do. Like, let's just play. Let's have a good time. It's something along those lines. It's like psychologically setting themselves up to basically play the game against Secret.
Definitely. So we're going to be jumping into draft in a sec. So this is not the best game 1 that Navi was supposed to play, and hopefully this game 2 they shake it off and they just go with what they know best. Regardless, like you said, regardless if Secret have more layers and have more ways to answer back. Hey, you know what? If they're gonna do that anyway, let's just play the game that we play best.
Yeah, and I think we said this first game is going to be really important. And this is just going to, like, the fact that Secret dismantled Navi so heavily. I do think that there's a lot of things that Navi will improve on going into game 2, but it puts a very dark cloud on this series for me. It just solidifies more and more in my head that this is very likely to be a 3-1 or 3-0 for Secret. But we'll have to see. Like, Navi, maybe they can just turn things around a lot. I feel like they were definitely outdrafted, so let's see what this next draft has to offer.
All right, so Navi will have first pick, yes?
Yep, Secret chose second pick, and Navi, it was their choice, and they chose Radiant.
Yeah.
What are some of the things that going back into that draft? The opening, I mean, they had the magical Queen of Pain out there. They could have chosen that. They could have gone Rubik plus Quap or something like that. But they opted out of that.
That's why I feel like it's got to be. They've got to be getting a little like Secret's getting to them. Just the fact that they're against Secret. Like, there's no way that they don't pick magical Quap there in another series.
Yeah, they're willing to do it against like OG's opening of Grimstroke Treant Protector, right? Like, that does not sound like a fantastic Quap game, but they were willing to do it there. I don't know why you wouldn't be willing to do it in pretty much any other scenario. Maybe it's just the DK and they felt like the DK was too hard. But we've seen a lot of DK versus Quap matchups in lane that have gone the way of the Quap because she's maxing out Shadow Strike and so aggressively abusing DK.
Yeah.
Later on to the game, obviously, it's a problem with that instant stun.
Oh, well, you can get a Vessel too against the DK, so it's not like there aren't options. I don't think Na'Vi picked up a Vessel in the previous game. Let me check out of curiosity. No, it doesn't look like they had a Vessel, and I mean I do think that's a problem. I suppose the problem is like, who's gonna get a Vessel? You've Lich Rubik, your cores are Necro, Mars, and Slark. What are you gonna Slark Vessel? You know, it's weird. It's really weird. Queen of Pain though, good Vessel carrier. Fantastic Vessel carrier. So, yeah, I mean, I think if you're going to give the DK, you definitely need some hero that's going to pick up a Vessel. Although it's not going to happen in this game. Na'Vi just doesn't want to play against it. I was going to say, I kind of feel like you need to ban Zai's DK, but I also just feel like Zai is the best player on Team Secret right now. He is just absolutely destroying in every single game. That guy... I can't watch Zai without being constantly impressed by the stuff that he's doing. These little individual mechanics where it's like, man, you have to be in the zone to do this stuff. But this guy seems like he's always in that state, you know? It's just so impressive. So I almost feel like banning out the DK is not the correct approach. I think you just need to itemize to deal with Zai's hero, whatever it is, because he's going to have a fine game regardless of what you give him right now.
I think a lot of what speaks to how good Zai is as a player is when you talk to other players about like who you would build a team around or who's like one of the best players in the world right now. Zai's name comes up despite his personality being rather understated. He's kind of a quiet guy, and his position is also not the best position to shine on, right? You think of 1 and 2 positions. Who do I want to build a team around? I want to build one around goddamn Thompson or Miracle. Those guys carry games, you know, like, but Zai's name routinely comes up, despite him being a 3 or 4 position, and despite him being a quieter character, and not the person that you instantly think of when it comes to Dota names in general, right? But his name is always one of the first to come out of people's mouths when it comes to who do I want to build a team around.
That's
it's
so
like
fun.
what's it called? You know how rappers say, "I'm your favorite rapper's favorite rapper." It's like Zai is like your favorite player's favorite player.
It's so funny you said that. I was interviewing Gork as well, asking what team would you have if you want to go against OG TI winners the TI winning OG draft, and the first name he mentioned was Zai as well.
Yeah, no surprise there.
Guys,
Zai's a legend, man.
Sorry about that. Going to the draft. This is a first pick Bane.
Yep, kind of taking it away from Secret too, because Puppy is constantly playing this Bane hero. With that being said, Na'Vi does like to pick these frontlining bully position 5s a lot of the time, so this does also fit into their drafting sort of style. So it's I mean, 2 birds, 1 stone, I suppose.
Yeah, if you're willing to draft Ogre, it says something about how you treat the laning phase.
Oh, the pain. Definitely. They got the Quap.
And they pick the Queen. They kind of feel the same way we do, that Na'Vi probably is going to go back to their standard, their bread and butter. So they counterpick they block pick the Queen of Pain. Although with that being said, Secret is known to pick this as well. Like I said, they flex this to any position. They'll run offlane Quap, they'll run mid Quap, they'll run support Quap, whatever. Just a great
They did it. They did it in Game 3 against Alliance. They won 2 to Quap. Other times it'll be in the second phase pick for them, but
such a good hero to pair the Quap with too. If you do run the Quap in the offlane, and now the Puck comes out, which I do believe will probably be like a magical Puck, but Queen of Pain can play in a side lane. Puck, not so much these days. See it in the side lane, but. I believe if Secret picks something where it's like really obvious it's going to be an offline Quap, then they might flex on Na'Vi to put the Puck as like a support or something along those lines, because it is just a good hero against Queen of Pain with the coil. Like Queen of Pain cannot be as elusive as she usually feels.
Yeah, to be honest, I was expecting more of like with the Bane pickup and the fact that you had Tusk. I thought they were going to pick up like Pango for Pasha because it's a traditional offlaner that does not get abused by Tusk as hard as other heroes, right? All the strength offlaners, they're totally abused by Tusk because they, while lacking mobility, are just like naturally so much tankier than everybody else. But Tusk, like you show up in a tri lane with a Tusk and you could beat anybody down. So you have to be able to dodge that. Puck can be good against that, right? Because he could phase shift the snowball. He's got mobility thanks to his
Actually,
aura.
yeah, I agree. I think Puck might be a good offlaner because of the Tusk. I remember.
I'm just not sure if Navi's going to go that route, you know? Like, I'm not sure if they're willing to draft. I don't know when the last time they drafted Pasha.
Pasha doesn't. He doesn't like play these int heroes late. At least lately, he doesn't play the Enchantresses and the Death Prophet offlanes and the Queen of Pains. These kind of new meta weird offlaners. Like he really is all about the Mars, the Centaur, the standards. But against Tusk, like back when Puck was the hero, it always felt so good against like Tusk and Clock. These heroes that are like, I'm gonna run up to you and hit you, and it's like, all right, I'm just gonna orb away. Cool, see ya.
Yeah, I feel like the non-standard offlaners, those were mostly drafted for Pasha when he was on VP. I feel like I haven't seen any of those heroes, like I mentioned the Phoenix, right? I remember seeing a Pasha Phoenix. I know I've seen Pasha Puck a fair amount of times, but I feel like it's been a long time since I've seen those. So I don't know if it's a Navi thing. I don't know if it's a Pasha thing since he's on a different team. He just wants to continue with what he feels best with, but it's sort of an interesting, and again, maybe something that could play against their versatility. It looks like he played Puck 3 months ago. So yeah, it goes to show like how little Navi drafts that sort of thing for him.
Yeah, that's I mean, it's maybe a good test to see. Like maybe you do need to be picking your offlaners these kind of non-traditional heroes if you want to compete with the best. Because I do feel like a lot of the tier 1 teams these days their mid laner might be their mid laner might be like in the safe lane, or they might have their true carry in the mid lane. Like Dota, over the last couple of years, to me, the roles have been kind of dissolving to some degree, and it's just about having a good game, having good heroes for the game, having good heroes for a lane, and it doesn't really matter if it's mid or if it's off lane. You know, it's at least that's what the trend looks like to me.
Question, guys. It's a bit early in the draft, and we were talking about maybe Navi should just stick to what they know. Is Secret still on their heads, or are they kind of reverting back to, what's comfortable for them?
I think it depends. If their Puck is going mid and it's just straight up a magical Puck, then Secret may not be in their heads, but they're still getting advantage in the draft, I think, because they could just as easily run Quap side lane for Nisha or for Zai, right? So if they are being traditional, then they're not getting an advantage in the draft like they're hoping, because this Puck is not counterpicking the Queen of Pain when it comes to lanes and such. And if they are in their head, if they feel like they do need to be versatile, and they do have to shift this Puck into an off lane potentially, depending on where this Queen of Pain goes and yada yada yada, like it's good theoretically, but it also is not what we feel like is Navi's greatest strengths in that regard.
That is interesting.
Yeah,
we will see
totally
that
agree.
for sure. You guys were talking about Magical had heroes that can just run at you and kill you. He didn't have that with Necro. What kind of you're hoping to see that with him this time around, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Puck is good for him. I feel like that fits with his style. Maybe a bit not enough carry potential. Like usually he plays heroes that are mid and fast, but also scaling, like Ember Spirit, Void Spirit. I mean, like where the hell has Void Spirit been this entire time?
Yeah.
Why are we not seeing this hero anymore? I feel like it still owns.
That is a good question.
But,
Lich.
Oh man, Navi feels really squishy. They feel really squishy right now. They need something to frontline, and I mean the Mars is still available. So,
So this could be an off-lane Magnus. It could be a safe lane carry style Magnus or mid, either way.
Yeah.
This is just kind of interesting because I think the more core 1 or 2 position Magnus is better when you have minus armor, because he does so much physical damage when you build him like a core. So I could see the Venge facilitating that type of style.
Doesn't Venge give Venge gives base damage now, right? Percentage base damage. So
yeah.
I think so. I have to check, but she either gives percentage base damage or flat base damage, which of course is going to pair really nicely with the Magnus Empower, which works off of that base damage. And at the very least, it's a nice damage aura. And then it also gives like the attack range, if I recall correctly. And then TA into the Queen of Pain. So if they do run the Queen of Pain mid with Team Secret, then the TA is going to not do so great in the lane necessarily, but then they have a Puck versus Queen of Pain as a important core. So I do feel like that would actually be pretty good for the game for Na'Vi if the Quap goes mid.
And it's the most like classic, iconic, magical hero. I think his Templar Assassin is something really to be feared. Going back to the Puck discussion, looking at it, so they played Puck 4 different times 3 months ago on Na'Vi.
Okay.
Seemed like they had like a little bit of experiment that was going on, like, oh, maybe this Puck off lane is good for us. But before that, they never drafted it for him. Before 3 months ago, it was indeed on VP that Pasha was playing Puck. So it seems like our anecdotal evidence is actually completely true, that Na'Vi just hasn't been drafting this for him so much. But it's nice to see that they are willing to go for it, because I think theoretically, like, if you are playing the best kind of Dota, this is how it should go, right? Where this Puck should probably be an off laner up against the Tusk, and you should hide your mid position a little bit longer.
Yeah, I totally agree. And this TA2, like picking this into a Magnus, I think Mag is not particularly great for TA in the mid lane if you do run that matchup, because Mag just wants to go farm jungle, TA wants to go farm jungle. They kind of play into each other's hands, you know? It's I mean, I suppose it could go either way. I think Magnus has been nerfed a little bit more than TA has. So you're probably happier if you're the TA and you're just running around free farming. So that's pretty nice. We've seen what Magical can do with the TA, so I want to give him free farm.
Here's a curious question. I mean, right now we're looking at Na'Vi experimenting and trying to, move out from the comfort zone a bit. But should they have done this after maybe they played what was comfortable for them first and then maybe experiment rather than the other way around?
You could go either way with it, honestly. It's I know I say this a lot, but Dota to me is a lot of guess and check, where you just you just kind of follow your gut on what you think is going to work, and it either does or it doesn't. And if it doesn't, you just kind of write it off until the next patch or the next meta shift, and you want to try it. And it just kind of feels like a random thing that they're doing, where it's like, all right, let's just try this and see how it goes. Like, you're correct, Cap. It is going to be a Pasha offlane Puck.
It is. And are you feeling better? How are you feeling about Navi's draft this time around, and of course Secrets as well?
Well, first thing I want to talk about is Secret are doing a 4-position Yapsor Queen of Pain, which is
what?
Yeah, something we've seen before, and we've also seen Cortusk before. But I just don't remember who has shown it. But it's definitely been a thing in like pubs. Yeah, okay, EG has done it, probably in officials. So this is another little swerve that Secret's able to do, and this is why their versatility in drafting is held to such high regard.
Right, because like the whole time we're like, oh, you can side lane the Queen of Pain. It's gonna be a core Queen of Pain. All of a sudden, it's just a Cortusk. Like, none of us predicted that, because it's very hard with these guys.
Yeah, I think it's like, as a drafter, it's got to be so hard to keep track of all the different ways that Secret could run their heroes as they pick it, especially that first 3. This mid game Visage, though, I think is going to be monster. If he doesn't get chumped on in the laning phase, I think he's going to be a beast.
Yeah, I agree. Very good against the TA in the game. Probably not so much in the lane. I imagine TA would probably do fine in that. And Bloodseeker too. Honestly, like Visage, just there is nothing to deal with the Visage summons on Na'Vi. Nothing at all. Other than like you could argue the Bloodseeker, I guess. I don't know, Bloodright, pure damage, whatever. But not really. Not with the Visage aura.
All right. Okay, we're gonna see how this is gonna pan out. We have our beloved observer Pimp Muckle giving us the action, and of course our play-by-plays with Jenkins and Cap. Have some fun, guys.
Yeah, I like to keep the observer unnamed Not because I don't want to deprive them of the credit, but just because, you know, I want the audience to guess who the observing is based off of their observing techniques. I don't care about the pop-up, JJ.
Well, the problem with observers is if you start name dropping them a lot, they develop an ego and then they start missing kills.
True. They get in their head. They're like, I can't possibly miss a kill. I'm the greatest.
Exactly,
I know what's going to happen in the video game. You got to keep them humble.
We need some like negative reinforcement in there as well. So, JJ shit.
I think that you know what's funny is like as a commentator, I can usually tell who's observing because it's such a symbiotic relationship, and you spend so much time together that. There's like just little things that each one does. Like JJ, for example, just to give him a little bit of credit. I don't want to give him too big of a head, but he's one of the best with the Fog of War usage. He's very good with that.
Who misses the most kills? Cap, if you were watching a game and just tons of kills missed, who would that?
I ain't trying to make any enemies here, Jenkins. Back into the game, shall we? Yapzor versus Sai, or Yapzor and Sai, the Quap Tusk duo. It's Tusk core in this situation, up against the last pick Crystallized Bloodseeker, which we actually didn't talk too much about because we were all head over heels for this Matumba Man Visage pick, which is going to be a side lane Matumba Man Visage with Nisha Magnus playing bait against Magical.
Visage in this lane, I imagine will be pretty fine versus a Puck. It's not really enough damage to threaten the Visage ever, but the Lich is a bit of a problem. I like that they are running this Lich as a position 4, which is a little weird. I mean, we didn't really talk about this, but they have a Bane Lich duo. Puppy,
he's dead. Easy first blood. This is a very weak duo lane. The Visage Vengeful Spirit, so I imagine this may be a losing lane for Secret.
Yeah, surprisingly, I feel like you really just need to bring regen to this lane, and because these heroes just kind of slowly harass you. And Puppy did plan on that. I mean, he has the headdress. He just kind of overstepped a little bit because, and we talked about this. Puppy plays like a complete madman. This guy's always in your face, no matter what. So sometimes that can bite you.
Bottom lane, the battle. Tag team against Crystallized with a Shadow Strike on him as well. A lot of damage over time that is going to force him to back away. They're going to quickly heal up because they don't want to let these thirst charges get out of control. And they also got to keep this pressure up on Crystallized. You can see that. Another Shadow Strike out onto him, but the silence on Yapzor could lead into his death. Ilias should be able to finish him off, except for, a lot of stick charges, actually. Ilias doesn't have the mana for another Brain Sap. Healing Salve goes off, but just canceling it is good enough. And Yapzor, you can't juke in the trees against Thirst, my dude.
I see what he was trying to do. Oh, the Salve cancel on Magical. That's annoying. But I really do see what he was trying to do. He was trying to juke into the trees for long enough that he could get above that 25% threshold. But unfortunately, the salve with the nerf to 10 seconds, it wasn't quite enough. I would wager if it was still the 8-second salve duration, he would have gotten above 25% and he would have been able to juke. Because it was very close.
Or even if he was just slightly out of range, right? Of that one hit that canceled the salve right before he got into the tree line, then he would have been good. But top lane, they're going to have another kill. This time it's going to be Slayer who goes down. Pasha using Phase Shift to be able to dodge the magic missile.
Wow. How in God's name are you supposed to kill a Puck with Avenge? I feel like this is not possible.
No, I don't think so either. Both of your nukes are projectiles that are very easy to dodge.
Yeah, it's always really fun playing Puck versus Wraith King, for example. Just never stun the Puck. And then he summons skeletons, and you're like, how the hell do I kill these? Avenge, no skeletons to summon. She's just a stun.
Oh, nice Ice Shards in the bottom lane. They're going to go for Ilias here now. The Nightmare is going to be taken off by that silence, allowing Zai to be able to finish up that kill. But what a beautiful Ice Shards, catching the two of them together like that.
I love this core Tusk against Bloodseeker. It feels really good. Like you have.
Oh, Nisha, be careful! Jesus, Nisha, good lord!
Just
pushing it to the edge there. He did have a Fairy Fire, so I guess everything was under control. But
well, you're playing against
making me nervous.
He's got that thirst move speed now.
Yeah, that's true. They're going to try for it. They do manage to get the kill on top lane on the Matumba Man. Back over to bottom lane, though, where Zai is currently being chased down by Crystallized. Zai's going, please, who is so low? Why is the Crystallized running at me at near max movement speed? He was running at him at 520 movement speed. Who
with no boots. With no boots, by the way. That is strictly just his teammates being low HP.
So they killed both of the heroes up at top lane. He killed Matumba Man and Puppy. Asha is now immediately going to pressure Matumba Man right as he TP'd in, and it's going to be a while until this Venge gets here as well. And with all these creeps underneath the tower, they could just keep on going for it. They do lose their Lich, but if they get the kill on Matumba Man, and seeing as he TP'd in, he's going to have to make the walk of shame back.
I'm loving seeing Pasha being picked a winning lane. Like, he is completely destroying this lane.
Yeah.
And that call to dive Matumba Man, of course your Lich dies. Who gives a damn? It's a Lich. You have a Visage who now has no TP for 41 seconds, has to walk back to lane with 285 move speed. He doesn't even have boots. He was rushing his medallion. This is such a sad bird right now. He is not happy.
Fighting it out once again, Crystallized, seeing that he's going to have to just TP away. The Nightmare removed, but Zai can't catch up to Ilias. Doesn't mean they get control of the bounty runes, though. It's going to be 2-for-2 split.
Crystallized is stuck in base now, too, so he's got to do the walk of shame as well. Both carries having to do the walk.
Yeah, it seems like it goes to what we were talking about, where off lane and safe lane, you know, it doesn't really matter which one is winning. You could just as easily prioritize your off lane, and that's what's happening here for both sides. They are getting nice and aggressive. Puppy making a TP out is going to be successful, but it does leave Matumba Man alone. He was looking for the kill onto Slayer, spots him, and does manage to get that soul assumption. Slayer, what are you doing, dog? Or sorry, yeah, Slayer. Didn't need to show himself there, but maybe that nuke will allow Pasha to be able to get this kill. The last one, a hit, and it's enough. Pasha with the mega kill streak, really taking it to
Pasha Puck, man. This guy owns that Puck. I remember back in the day, 3 months ago, way back when, watching him play Puck. Actually, it's more than 3 months ago, when Puck was actually good and Pasha was on VP. Like, he owned with this hero. So it is great to see him on a lane dominator, because a lot of the time these strength heroes, they get the short end of the stick often. I mean, we're both offlane players. We know that. We know how it feels. But the int offlaners, those are the nice ones. Those are the ones that win the lane, because usually they're ranged. So you don't just have to take a beating. You can actually win the lane.
Yeah, I wonder if their choice of avoiding these kind of heroes has to do more with their other cores of Magical and Crystallized, that they're so obsessed with setting these two up for success that they just let Pasha be this super sacrificial offlaner. But Pasha is definitely showing that Na'Vi, they don't need to play that kind of style. That they can set up Pasha for more success, and he's a level 6 Puck with the coil. He's landed on Matumba Man. Now, he doesn't have the most follow-up right away. Slayer finally showing up, but it's a bit too late to commit for that kill, and if anything, it's going to be Slayer dying here. Pasha trying to still get Matumba Man, but because the cooldown was back up on his range robs, Pasha was not able to do enough damage to kill Matumba Man.
Well, you talked about maybe Na'Vi plays with the strength offlaners because they need space creators, but this looks like a good amount of space from Pasha. Like, look at all of the juking that he's doing here. He's being so annoying. It's a nice offlane performance from Pasha. This is exactly what you want to see. I know they're kind of diving and dying a little bit up here, but it's 3 team secret heroes up here.
Yeah, and look how confident Magical is playing, seeing those 2 supports in top lane. He's now cutting the wave while simultaneously farming up neutral camps. This is a Na'Vi that is completely comfortable because they've given Magical one of his best heroes.
Definitely. I mean, I love this strat of just diving behind the enemy tower and farming the neutrals as well as the lane creeps. It gets you so incredibly farmed, and a lot of the time you can't do this on TA. It's a little bit dangerous, but when you're having a game like this on Magical, he can afford to do it.
And all these heroes, like all this aggression and back and forth sniping at each other is playing into Crystallized's hands, so it's going to be harder and harder. Even though they were doing a good job of keeping him down, it's becoming too hard to keep that same kind of pressure anymore. Similarly, it can be said for Matumba Man, who now has his level 6 and can summon his familiars whenever he wants.
I'm a little surprised he's not using the summon yet.
Yeah, why was he holding off on that? I feel like you want to get the cooldown going as quick as possible.
Yeah, I'm not sure. That's why I'm wondering, like, maybe, like, there's got to be a reason for it, right? There's got to be something. Maybe saving his mana for potential soul assumptions? I have no idea. Have to ask him. Maybe he was eating pizza and his hands were off the keyboard.
Could be. Magical, blocked in by the Ice Shards. They managed to hit the Walrus Punch. Now, they did have the Refraction blocking most of this initial damage, but now Nisha, he's going to come in. He actually doesn't have the mana. Pops the Mango, and underneath the Snowball, he now can turn around and maybe hit for that ultimate. He lands it now, but the Snipe, it actually took it off. He didn't hit the stun, and Magical keeps on swinging for the double kill. What a play from Ilias. The read there. Now they're going to get a third kill with nobody dying. What a play from this 5 position.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. I mean, also just the instantaneous response from Na'Vi, knowing that Magical is their most important hero, most farmed hero right now, responding even with their carry. That was beautiful. God, that Nightmare. What a save.
This is really solidifying for me how important the laning phase is for Na'Vi. Like, they look so much better once they've gotten a little bit momentum going their way. They're not 5k down by 15 minutes. By 10, they're up by 1k. You know, like, it feels like if they can get a bit of an advantage, they play a lot more comfortably than they were before, where they were so reliant on split pushing. Magical being gone on again by Zai. Zai doing it all by himself. He does have the Walrus Punch. Now the Refraction is broken. Maybe he can hit that big hit, but it's not going to be nearly enough damage. Magical has 12 armor.
What is Zai doing?
I don't know.
Oh, man. He's, I mean, I'm going to take a wild guess and say that there was some sort of discussion where it's like, okay, we need to farm for a bit. We need Matumpa Man to get maybe his level 12 on Visage. I know a lot of Visage players really think that the familiar attack damage at level 2 in the summons is way better. And also, Nisha's got to get his Blink Dagger and his... Like, they have items to farm, right? So maybe Zai is just in, like, full space create mode right now. I don't see him doing that for any other reason. That was, like, way too psycho.
Yeah.
Even for,
and to be fair to him,
Zai.
it would have been closer if he had been able to break through that Refraction a little bit sooner, right? Because then he gets the Walrus Punch with the tag team, and it's a significantly larger nuke.
Does the tag team take 2 Refraction charges off? I don't think it does.
Yes. I thought it did before, but maybe it doesn't anymore.
I know a lot of orbs do, but it's not like a regular orb.
Yeah,
I'd have to check.
Unless something changed, I'm like 99% certain that it used to work that way.
Okay, cool. I mean, I suppose that makes a lot more sense him going for that then. Like, TA is way more of a potential solo kill for Tusk if that's true. Because I know it works with like Clinks and OD and just all these orb effects. I mean, it's still insane. It's still level 10 TA that you're trying to kill solo, but it's way more
JJ, do you
reasonable.
know? All right.
There's so many obscure
hoping
mechanics
maybe
in this
JJ
game.
would help us out, but you know, if he had been able to answer that question, then I would have said JJ's the best cameraman out there. But you know, he choked when he was on.
Big chokes.
His reputation was on the line.
Clearly
11-6 right now. 12 minutes in, a 1K net worth lead for Na'Vi. Drums for Zai after his phase boots is going to be the build there. Yapzor is going to be building towards a Fuel Scepter on his support Queen of Pain. Nisha already has the Echo Saber and is going to be getting a Blink Dagger second. It's a lot of farming
timing.
they have to do.
Yeah, exactly. Like this Magnus, the reverse polarity doesn't feel that good.
Did they catch him? Oh, he managed to get away from the silence there. So Matumpa Man, he's going to be ruptured up as well. They really want this Visage dead. A Snowball is going to be able to be a momentary reprieve, but it actually launches them into the potential Chain Frost, but terrible bounces. It doesn't stay on Matumpa Man. They have to overly chase for that one, and now they could be out of position as Nisha setting up for the RP, catching Crystallize alone. They swap him backwards at the same time. Fortunately, the stun landed first, so it is going to be fine. 3 dead. Is there going to be a 4th? Didn't jump to the orb. Pasha, knowing that he was going to be Ice Shard locked in, unfortunately, he just doesn't have any other choice here. He'll go down. That's a 1-for-4 exchange.
That was really cool from Zai. Like, he knew exactly where that orb was going to end. Like, it ended directly in the Ice Shards. And I know it looks less cool because Pasha is a good enough player to not take the orb, but basically what Zai did there was he gave Pasha a choice between 2 awful actions. Either you stay and you die, or you take the orb and you die. Which
plus he'd have to know Waning Rift was on cooldown, right?
Yeah,
it came off cooldown eventually, but at the moment he could have jumped over, it was still on cooldown.
Yeah, exactly. So just super nice read from Zai, and then okay.
Oh,
Tag team does not work. against the refraction, which I guess it does. That's what I was thinking. It's added damage, so it's okay.
Oh yeah, I guess that's how tag team works with Walrus Punch. So I guess that makes sense. Swap back. Magical. Gonna be targeted here, but he instantly blinks away. Keeping that refraction up. Now he's gonna be stunned, and Secret's still feeling like they can go for it. Crystallize moving pretty fast. That separation, though, of the Ice Shards could be really good, but they're having such a hard time bringing Magical down thanks to Slayer, giving him the extra boost of the Frost Shield, slowing down these heroes. It's gonna be the 5 and 3 position. Dead for Secret, and they're on the retreat. Pasha is still looking for more, though. He knows Momentum Man's pretty low. Doesn't want to jump in, though, without having Coil or any sort of stuns from this lineup, so Na'Vi will now back away. Still have a Chain Frost on Slayer, so Na'Vi, or Secret rather, should not get too aggressive.
I want to point out that in that fight, Pasha used Phase Shift to dodge his own Bloodseeker's Bloodright. That's
Did he really?
Yeah, that's that. I swear to God, if you're a puck player, you just do that by default. 'Cause you're so traumatized by like getting clipped by the Bloodright.
Yeah.
That you just like instinctively Phase Shift dodge everything. It's so funny to see somebody as skilled as Pasha doing that, because it's like, God, I know how he feels. Just so traumatized. Like you get clipped by one silence on this hero, and you're done.
Hey, we never talked about this, Jenkins, but what do you think about Na'Vi's having like the basically double 5 positions? I feel like they've done this before or something, but Lich as a 4 position?
It's a little weird, but you talked about how Pasha usually plays these like space craters, and Magical and Crystallize take a lot of farm. So maybe what their logic is that if they have these like 2 5 positions, then it'll make up for the fact that Pasha is basically playing this like less like space creating hero, you know, like less run in there and just die for your team sort of thing. Like Puck will play in side lanes, Puck will farm, Puck will take space on the map that supports, like, let's say you have a position for Phoenix or Earthshaker, they would be taking that side lane space, right? Lich or Bane, do they sit in side lanes? Hell no, are you kidding me? They stand behind heroes. So I feel like that's why. It's like the farm priority.
Nightmare on Puppy. He is going to go for the Fiend's Grip, maybe presuming that Secret isn't going to be willing to fight around here. They did TP. Too late to save Puppy, but they may still try and go for an engagement if Na'Vi pushes them in the high ground, right into Nisha's open, waiting arms.
Who does have the Blink Dagger now.
Yeah.
So he's looking quite spooky in these fights.
But they would need Matubba Man, and he does not have a TP scroll. They're going to try for it anyway, trying to take this fight with only 3 heroes now. They do manage to get the kill on the bait, but now they're grouped up for the Chain Frost. It's going to bounce between Zai and Nisha. They're both going to die, and Crystallize looks for the extra kill on Yapzor. He does not have Rupture, so no way to really get this kill, that's for sure.
What a nice combo that is. Like the 3-man, the 3 heroes. Like you have the Puck set up with the Coil into the Bloodseeker Silence into the Lich ulti. It's like, what do you run out of the Bloodseeker Silence, break the Coil, and then you just die to the Coil and the extra damage and avoid the Lich ult, or do you go together and get Chain Frosted? Like, what's the choice there?
And this kind of momentum is now really good for Na'Vi, because with the Templar Assassin, Roshan is very easy for you. So they're going to be able to get an Aegis into their hands.
I feel like that Deso statistic that we just saw, the Deso average time is largely just influenced. Like Magical has a lower Deso time just because he went for the Blink first. Like I still think this, like for Blink Deso, this is a really good timing to have both these items when you go for the Blink first.
Yeah, it feels like a half the time, or maybe a bit less, that Deso is going to be rushed by somebody, so the timing is definitely going to be influenced by that.
Blink is definitely way more popular now than it used to be, because there's so much fighting that's happening that you need to start participating. Otherwise, you can very easily lose the game. To the point where I almost feel like you just hedge your bets by like going for a Blink. It's like, sure, I'll farm a bit slower, but at least if I have to fight, I can be there and I can fight.
Yeah. Crystallize. If you can see Puppy, he can get off this Rupture. The Blood Right's going to reveal him. They're actually going to use both here just to be able to get that kill in the 5 position. So Na'Vi, in a way, are saying they're willing to blow whatever they have to get the kills that are presented to them, because they don't think Secret's going to fight back. They don't think Secret's going to abuse, hey, some abilities are on cooldown. And I would kind of agree with that, just because Na'Vi's heroes are so strong right now.
Yeah, I totally agree with the Aegis, and also just you can kind of get a sense for it too, just how Secret is positioning. Although I say that, and they are looking to maybe go on the TA here.
Yeah, I mean, if any team is going to try and take advantage of this timing, it will be Secret. They're going to try and go for that first life of Magical, but he's still alive and getting out some damage while the Chain Frost is bouncing around. Another unfortunate bounce. Can they get a stun on anybody, though? Nisha TP's away. A slowdown onto Tusk. Crystallize pushing very far forward. Does have the Blade Mail, though, to protect himself as they turn onto him, but he is low. Na'Vi certainly should back up now.
This is something that you see Secret commonly do, and I love that they do this just because it kind of subverts expectations for what people do in this game usually. And that's whenever somebody has an Aegis and is playing extremely far forward, they will aggressively take smokes and make plays to the person with the Aegis just to get them to waste it. Whereas like other teams will just completely avoid the person with the Aegis and try to fight elsewhere. And that's a grip.
That is a grip into a lot of damage from Magical. So Zai certainly dead. 20-minute bounty runes and outposts. Now, Matumba Man, if you could stop both of this channeling, they'll get the experience for sure. Now, question is, are they going to win the fight? Yapzor, it's taken off by the birds pretty easily. Ilias in some trouble here, is caught in no man's land. His team couldn't help him, and Secret are just able to snipe him down. They're still going for this, still controlling up Magical as best as possible. Unfortunately, didn't get the chain stun of the second familiar in there.
See how little damage the TA does to the Visage Birds? It's nothing. It's nothing at all. Because you can't take the Gravekeeper's charges off of the birds. You have to take it off of Visage, and then it's off of the birds. So it's very awkward with the TA. Like you need to kill the Visage first, but.
And even if you do get to jump on the Visage first, your very first strike, which is so important for a TA, doesn't do any damage.
It doesn't.
Right? You hit him with the melds, but he's got full Gravekeeper cloak stacks.
Right, exactly. So it's an awkward one. I do feel like Matumba Man soon is going to look pretty nice in this game with the summons, but we'll see. Navi's looking great right now. They've been handling these team fights pretty well. Matumba Man's getting ruptured every fight. So that's kind of their answer to him. It's just, hey, you go stand over there. We'll kill you last.
Yeah. And you know what's great is that I feel comfortable with Na'Vi. I'm not that anxious about them losing their lead because it's a Magical TA. You know, it's a reliable carry that we've seen from them, and him specifically, carry late game scenarios so often. So while Secret will get stronger over time, I'm not having that anxiety of like, guys, you gotta end it. You gotta keep on building up this lead.
I feel that anxiety for Secret, though. Like, I feel like you don't have any real late game carry other than arguably Magnus, I guess. But I mean, think about the hero that I'm saying is Secret's carry. I mean, this is a traditional offlaner, right? So it's looking rough. They don't have some anti-mage or PL or Slark, but I mean, it is Secret. It is also 2020. You know, there are level 30 talents. There are 60-minute items. There are ridiculous neutral items. Like, there's a lot that you can do to win games with almost any heroes. But with that being said, Na'Vi has a way better scaling lineup with the Bloodseeker and the TA.
Yeah, they've got a core Tusk support Quap, right? If it was the other way around, then Secret's lineup would scale a lot better. But just that dynamic alone says that you're going to have to hit this mid-game really hard if you're Secret.
Yeah, definitely. The Tusk feels similar to like Clockwork, where you can really fall off and feel like you're just another support. And then your Quap is also like, well, I'm also a support. I mean, Yapzor is higher level than Zai. I think that speaks to the fact that Tusk just does not scale like other cores when played in a core position.
They hit their timing. They've got a BKB on Nisha. They want to take a fight. They immediately smoke up and just run at Na'Vi. They quickly kill Ilias, and if this Ice Shards lands, it slightly bumped him over the edge. Crystallize now making his run away is going to turn around just to be able to rupture up Nisha. Nisha's not going to stop, though. He's so tanky. He's just going to keep going for it, ignoring this damage over time and beating Crystallize to death.
Yeah, nice timing to take that fight on. I mean, he didn't even have to use the BKB, but they know that Nisha is just so strong with the BKB that even if Na'Vi does turn around and fight them, he's going to win that fight. As well as, I believe Magical was showing bottom while that was happening, so they know that it's pretty free, and basically Na'Vi was just trying to get the hell out of dodge there. Oh,
Oh, Pasha! He gets pulled back in, but he was able to dodge the snowball hit, and he gonna blink away. He's got his Dream Coil up. The Chain Frost is gonna come in. That's gonna be a lot of damage. The Nightmare actually saving Pasha long enough for him to be able to jump over to his orb, and now with them still locked inside the coil, Magical thinks it's time to push forward, but his Refraction gets burned through so quickly, he didn't expect that one, and Nisha is still incredibly tanky. They cannot go against this frontliner of Secret. They gotta respect these team fights a little bit more. They've lost 2, maybe a third, as sure enough, Yapzor blinks in and gets the Yules on Slayer. Stop at the T. A third kill. And we said Secret have to hit this mid-game timing really hard. 2 different back-to-back great team fights for them.
Now, once again, just Secret showing their prowess in team fights with the way that they went on the puck, and then still looking for more.
I would say, for my opinion, like two or three of the best teams at being able to read item timings and power spikes and just force action
Secret.
around that, right? OG, Secret, and then maybe EG is like more of a distant third. But I think OG and Secret are so good at that. It feels like they're losing, and then they get an item, and it's like, boom, holy shit. Team fights are entirely different, and they knew that. They knew the fights were going to be different now.
Yeah, 100%. I totally agree.
I like that we have the same teams in mind, too. It really speaks to like how far ahead they are of everybody else in that regard.
I would agree that EG, depending on how they look. I mean, EG before quarantine definitely looked really good in that respect. With like stand-ins and things like that, it's a lot more difficult. Even your individual players can look kind of rough in terms of using their power spikes. Like Arteezy, for example, kind of losing his mind with all the pubs he's playing and playing with stand-ins, you know.
And it's very traditional in EG. They're like a slower item timing team, right? Where they farm until we get to X point and then we fight them, you know? Whereas OG and Secret, it feels very dynamic, right? It's like fight them here, but don't fight them here. And then fight them again once we get this next item.
Could be early game, could be mid game timing, could be like late game. Like I don't look at Secret and think like, oh, they can't play for the late game. I really feel like they can play for whatever the hell timing they want. Maybe that won't be true in a few months from now. I don't know. It's possible, but right now, like they look just absolutely incredible at all points in the game.
They almost have an Assault Cuirass, almost. They're building towards it on Nisha. Matababan, he's also building up some armor items. He has a plate mail. So I'm not sure if that's going to be Shiva's or
the instant Yules.
Well played. Pasha is going to be stuck here. Phase shift, dodge is only going to buy him so much time. That was really well played by Yapzor. Pasha having another one, but is going to fall. Really well done.
That was nice. That was so nice. Dude, Pasha was not expecting that, even remotely. Did they have vision of him? Dude, that... Oh, okay, so they caught him in the trees. They saw him with, like, creep. But he precasted. I was thinking that maybe what he was doing was, like, spamming the, on Puppy. But, there's two ways of precasting. Either you spam it on a hero you know is going to get initiated on, or you just get somebody when they're showing, just barely through in fog.
Trying to sneak a Roshan, Magical in position for it, but there's a Helmet Dom creep in there. Meanwhile, Crystallize got a little far forward there and quickly gets his head caught off, and unfortunately Slayer's going to be joining him in the grave. Not before he kills Puppy, though, thanks to some good Chain Frost bounces. Now, Magical on the other side with the Fiend's Grip. They're going to be able to get Zai as he retreated back to the high ground, not expecting some heroes to be behind them like that. RP going out, Pasha trying to quickly kill him, and they do manage to do so. Magical will manage to blink away, so his refraction was still up. A triple kill for Matumbaman, but I don't think enough of a pick off for them to go high ground. They can instead go back for Roshan, maybe.
One thing I do want to point out about the way that Secret is playing this game speaks to what you were saying about how they're such a dynamic team that can play for like whatever timing. I feel the same thing about their roles in the game, where like Puppy, he's Avenged Spirit right now, right? This is intentional. This is by design. Like, he is running into every single fight. They're letting him farm lanes solo, and he's getting gone on first, because guess what? When he dies, he just respawns as an illusion with a Vlad's aura. So, normally you'd think in a Dota game, oh, that's your offlaner, right? That's the guy that runs in first. Nope. It's Puppy. It's the position 5 in this game. Why? Because it's Secret, and they don't give a shit about roles. They never have.
So patches ago when the Aghanim Scepter was you being able to cast illusions or cast spells with your illusion, I was playing offlane Vengeful Spirit. And people were asking me, like, why? I mean, it's weird, but isn't it also boring? And I said, what could possibly be more boring than dying and not being able to play Dota? With Vengeful Spirit, that's never the case. You die, you get to keep playing. You still get to have an impact on the game. That Vengeful Spirit, like, it runs around, it can hit things. Yeah, Absol, gonna be caught by the coil, but he did have the Yule Scepter to stall things out, but he is gonna be hit by the Meld Strike. Swap back, but he was still in range of the Silence as well, so he gets hit by both spells and instantly popped. Puppey almost dead, but Magical having his refraction burn through. Nisha with all that physical damage rips him apart. Crystallize is gonna be next. That Blade Mail won't save you from Nisha. The big bad boy of Secret with the Magnetar is 1 by 1 tearing Na'Vi a new one. 3 heroes dead, and they can march down mid if they want to. Pasha knows that too, and that's why he's going to try and cut some creep waves, keep that backdoor protection up. Secret, seeing that, say, okay, well played, Pasha. We won't be able to go high ground, but we will still take Roshan.
And Pasha, playing it a little bit safe here, just thinking, okay, maybe they're rushing, but also maybe they're looking for me, so I'm going to be a bit careful here.
Can he do anything here? Unfortunately, the use of the orb means that he can't really get inside the pit anymore. Nice preemptive snowball just in case.
Love that play. Always protects against any of these pesky Aegis stealers when you have one of these AoE stunners. Even something as simple as a Tusk.
There's the Shivas for Matamba Man, by the way.
As if he wasn't already unkillable. Like, I really feel like there's nothing to deal with Matumba Man and his birds. Like, I feel like what's just happening in these fights is Secret doesn't even need to use the RP. They're just running Matumba Man and all of his summons plus Nisha at whatever hero is on the front line. They're literally just going in the 2 cores of Na'Vi and ignoring everybody else because both of these 2 cores of Secret are unkillable if they press BKB, and Matumba Man's just unkillable. I mean, now he has an Aegis too, so looking a lot more rough.
Yeah, the double armor items. It's going to be so hard for Magical to carry this game down because Crystallize has definitely fallen off. He was really not that big of an impact. His Rupture isn't even that good because, like, you see Nisha just ignore it. He's got 3,300 HP when he pops Strength Treads, you know? Like, he just is like, what's 100 damage every few seconds? Like, that's no big deal.
And Visage is legitimately taking like 95% less damage from physical between his Gravekeepers and his 40 armor.
Yeah,
he is taking no damage. Effectively,
they do have Repair Kit, so that will slow down this push. But Na'Vi ultimately they have to be able to show they can win a fight during this timing. And it's not looking possible. In fact, Na'Vi themselves do not seem super anxious for this fight. They may just give up the melee barracks or get initiated on. A coil that goes out from Pasha looks good, but there's no damage to follow it up. Magical from a distance is trying to hit some side blades, and RP onto 2. Nailing the 2 supports with a Sonic Wave over the top is going to be able to wipe them out. Magical, no defense here. Crystallize, he needs some additional help here. All the buybacks are coming in, but it's now turning into diebacks as Magical holding on to his buyback, but Na'Vi say this timing is too strong. They cannot beat Secret anymore. They got a BKB on Nisha like 7 minutes ago, and it's just been all Secret ever since.
I love the last pick Visage from Secret. I feel like there weren't any answers on the Na'Vi draft to this Visage hero, and it was just really obvious in the fights. Like, there was absolutely no way to kill all these summons. Even if Na'Vi could somehow kill all of the other heroes on Secret, I think Matumba Man is still going to end up surviving and clear up all the other heroes.
Oh, man. You guys were talking about how important it was for Na'Vi to get a really good laning phase, and they did have that, but still, this was the end result. TA had his Magical had his TA as well, which was great for them. But Secret still pulled out the win.
Yeah, it's so hard, I think, for Na'Vi from here on out, because now they had that first game, which we said was really important to be able to win in the series. They don't manage to clinch it. Then they have game 2 where they are actually ahead, right? They had first pick, they won their lanes, they managed to get a lead, but they weren't able to do good enough, basically. They weren't able to snowball that lead enough to a point. Secret just had enough space to be able to hit their timing and had a very clear understanding of how strong that timing was, and they just like destroyed the rest of the boys. I think Na'Vi, you're going to need some incredible mental resilience to bounce back in this 2-0 now.
You're basically saying, go on, Jekin, sorry.
Oh, I'm just, you know, as it's just so hard as a player at this point to, it feels like you've kind of used every tool in the toolbox.
Yeah.
And at this point, it's like you're kind of going under the kitchen sink and just pulling out random shit from there and trying to use that, using like a spork to try to, you know, screw in a screw or something like that. Like at this point, I think they need to get really cheesy because, like Cap said, they've basically exhausted the two possible scenarios in which they win, or two big ones at least. One where they're very reactive and they counterpick the draft, and then one where they win the early game. It looks like they're going to win. They're playing for the late game. It looks like it's going to the late game, and Secret just out team fights you, and they just beat you on a simple BKB power spike.
Basically, what Jenkins is saying is that Na'Vi is looking as lost as Jenkins' analogy game is. It's pretty rough.
No, but what I'm getting there is, I mean, Jenkins, you sound so disheartened for Na'Vi right now.
Yeah, definitely. That is how I feel because, you know, it's I think a lot of Dota players can relate to this, where it feels like there's nothing that you can do. But with that being said, there's always cheese. It's impossible for Team Secret to predict what you're going to do if you yourself don't know what you're going to do. But I believe that is the last option, and they need to use it.
Just start randomly picking heroes.
Yeah.
They can't counter us if we don't know what we're getting.
Cap, what would you want to see from Na'Vi?
I think I would like to see a continuation of what we saw in Game 2, where a strong structure around being able to win lanes. The difference being that like their final ban. Their final ban was Razor, which I think that hero is really good against all three. It's good against Puck in lane, it's good against TA, it's good against Bloodseeker, right? That is a nice overall counter, but the Visage maybe is not as good of a counter to all three of those heroes, but it's a more potent counter to like Templar Assassin, for example, right? The strongest counter in the game, arguably, to Bane. Right, because Nightmare can take off, the birds can take off the Nightmare, and they can drop on the Bane to stop Fiend's Grip. It was such a potent last pick that Na'Vi, like we're a little bit clowning in that we're saying that the series looks super lost for them. But if they didn't get that last pick, Visage specifically for Secret, then I think this game could have been a Na'Vi victory for sure.
I agree. What do you guys think about, like with that in mind? What do you think about the idea of picking a draft that has one clear win condition? Because I feel like there was no point in that game where Na'Vi was like, okay, all guns blazing, let's go. This is our moment to win. It was just kind of, they were taking fights when it's good. You know, as opposed to where Team Secret were very obviously, they had this strat of like, okay, we get this BKB, we're fighting nonstop. We either win here or we lose here. It kind of feels like Na'Vi's scared of doing that, or at least with this draft, they just had two generally good late game heroes, as opposed to Secret, where they just go when the mag gets his items, you know?
So like a Lycan sort of timing, where it's like very
something
clear,
like that.
like we end the game right now.
Right, exactly, something like that. Or like a Medusa, we get this rapier, PA, we get a rapier, something like that, where it's like this item is when we either make or break this game. I feel like that makes Dota a lot easier, at least in this series. It would make playing against Team Secret a lot easier.
Well, that's definitely something worth talking about more. We're going to be discussing that coming into Game 3. But first, a short break for all of you watching. And of course, for this wonderful series. Catch you guys in a bit.
$70,800,000. That's how many people are displaced across the globe today. 70,800,000 people who fled violence and conflict, who risked their lives to escape poverty and hunger, who lost their homes to natural disasters. They live on the run or stuck in limbo, not knowing when or if they'll ever go home. They live in the shadows and on the edge, struggling to survive, dependent on aid and the kindness of strangers. On the front lines, humanitarian responders work tirelessly to meet the urgent needs of this growing population. But this is a crisis unlike anything we've faced before, and it affects every single one of us. 320 million. That's how many people could be displaced over the next 10 years, wreaking havoc on economic growth, global stability, and national security, permanently altering the world as we know it. How we face this enormous challenge could shape the history of humankind, because in the end, the only number that really matters is one. One future for all of us that we can create together.
Before we were anywhere near the extent we're at now, Alicia and her team were working tremendously hard to address perceived future drug shortages.
The idea with the ICU kit at the beginning was trying to think of a way that we could help these patients that are critical in ICU settings. In this case, it was kind of the next layer of protection for this response. In the kit, we have a few different types of medications, antibiotics for secondary bacterial infections, as well as blood pressure support, so vasopressors. Things like albuterol inhalers, we were learning, were highly requested in hospitals. Medications that are used for intubation and sedation that help with that process. Each one of these kits is designed to have about 100 courses of antibiotics and supportive medications.
Everyone, thank you.
The first two are headed up to Northern California in the Bay Area, which is a
This is a wonderful cause. Welcome to Gamers Without Borders. You see these organizations that will benefit from this charity prize pool, and we might find out who will win this with this game or not, if Navi kind of, come back and double down on what they know best. We were talking about how dynamic Secret was, and I think what's even more dynamic are your outfits, boys. Look at the change, man.
Listen, Ari, I can hear you. You're
like-
being a little pessimistic. You're getting into my trap of,
Okay.
you know, like, you're picking up on my vibe, basically. It's
Okay.
like, man, he's going to be a secret 3-0, but this is a grand finals, goddamn.
Yes.
You got to treat it like a grand finals. You got to dress up like a grand finals, and if you're not,
love it.
you got to show up to a grand finals, baby. Give me a game. I dressed up just as an inspiration to them. Give me something. Let's go.
Oh my god, you just elevated me, buddy. Thank you. You're right. Navi is gonna freaking do this. I mean, we have Jenkins with his orange stripes this time. Oh my god. I mean, this is a rally for Navi if we see it. Okay. Coming from that conversation, Jenkins, you were talking about before the break that maybe just stick to one win condition. You think that just that if Navi did that, that's really playing to the kind of Dota they know?
Yeah, once again, you know, I know people like when analysts are very concrete in what you should do or not do, but I know Dota is not played like that. Like I have said a few times, like Dota is a lot of guess and check. It's a lot of instinct. The reason for that is because the game is played so fast at a top level that if it's not instinct, if you're not doing it off of feeling, you're not good enough. You cannot consciously think about the game that much in the game. So with that being said, I feel like what they need to do is recognize that what happened in the last game looked a lot better than what happened in the first game. I think part of that was Magical getting a hero that he is comfortable with, something that can get in and get out, something that's faster, that's a classic Magical hero. I think they want to keep going with that. But it seemed to me that Secret having one clear win condition made the game a lot easier for them to execute. And whereas with Na'Vi, it's a little harder to figure out between a Bloodseeker and a TA, okay, what timing do we go with both of these heroes? 2 BKBs? Do we go with the Blade Mail on Bloodseeker and the BKB on TA, the Blink Dagger, what do you do? I don't know. You know, I'm not a TA player. Even if I was a TA player, I'm not a Bloodseeker player. So it's a lot easier when it's like one thing. And just, okay, on this timing, we're strong. Let's get Slark Scotty. Let's get Slark Abyssal. You know what I mean? So I kind of feel like I would like to see them do that in the next game, because really where they struggled was closing out the game. It wasn't the early game. It wasn't the laning stage. They had their style. It looked really good. Just close out the game.
I agree. I think that they definitely had their best shot was in that second game where, again, it's like a little bit of cheese. Visage is cheese light, you know? So at the end of the day, you can kind of write it off and be like, you know, we kind of got last pick cheese. The draft was fine until that Visage pack happened.
Like a shredded mozzarella level cheese, not like quite brie, nothing like that, but just it's still cheese. I'm with you there.
Mm-hmm.
Cheese light. Okay, so more cheese from Na'Vi. The bans are coming in, guys.
Let's see, what do we got here? So still don't want to play against the DK. I saw in the Reddit thread about this event that people are saying Zai is the best player in the world, and it's one of the most upvoted things in the thread. Everything else like one upvote, and this thing's got like 15. People seem to agree with this, and that's kind of what I was dancing around when I was saying like it feels like whatever you give Zai, he's going to do well on it, and I think it's legitimately just because he's, call me a fanboy, I think the guy's the best player on the planet currently. So. But still banning the DK because he's very annoying, that hero, and is very broken. So it worked in the second game to some degree. So just going with that same thing, like we talked about.
And Na'Vi get themselves like this is like one of those quintessential TI heroes for a reason. It can always win you a game. You know, like you can always win a fight if you have an Earthshaker.
Right.
No matter how late into the game, you get the right Echo Slam with the chain stun. Then you can win fights. But there's the Luna.
There's the Luna. There's the Luna. This patch. This is it.
And I think Matumba Man, with how he plays, it's very... Okay, well, we could also see a Yapsor Luna. But with that being said, I really do feel like with how Team Secret likes to play, and just the two particular players, Yapsor and Matumba, that will probably be playing the Luna, I'm predicting we see a really early Ags. Like, Helmdom into Ags. I don't think there's going to be BKB, Dragonlance, any of that boring BS. It's going to be the cool Ags, one-hit the enemy team with an ultimate build just because of these players. I feel like they fight so much that the Ags build on Luna makes a lot of sense. I also just want to see it.
There fits into more versatility, right? It could be 1, 2, maybe a 3. We've already seen 4, and we could have a 1 or 4 position Luna. So Secret just kind of like double downing on this concept.
Yeah, I think it's really good. Not on the other side though, Na'Vi, this Earthshaker, we did talk about, you know, the lack of a super clear win condition from the second draft in Na'Vi, and maybe picking something that's a little bit more easy to execute. And you said it, Earthshaker, you can win any fight as long as the Echo Slam is up. You just fight when that thing is off cooldown. So it makes the game a lot easier, but it's not like a Warlock where you can't fight without the ultimate. You can still take the small skirmishes, which we've seen Na'Vi really like to do. So this really does seem like the perfect hero to both play their regular style and solve the problems from the previous game.
Puck again?
Yeah, that felt good. It really felt good as a Queen of Pain solution, and just in general, I think a lot of the fights look great from Pasha's Puck, getting these like 2-3-man coils.
I do like Na'Vi's lineup so far. It just feels very like because Pasha had such a strong performance on that Puck, and you've got this great team fighting in Earthshaker. It feels like Na'Vi are double downing on that concept, right?
I like that.
Where it's like,
I like that.
just because like the last game they lost enough momentum, and at some point in time their team fight was no longer strong enough, in part because of the Visage, but also because of the Magnus's timing. Here you've got the kind of combo that is like always team fight worthy. So this has the simultaneous effect of being able to be used early game, but also still scale into that later game timing that Secret exploited in game 2.
Yeah, I agree. I really like it. I'm wondering if Secret's going to identify that and maybe win at like some early timing, like try to just win all the lanes or something like that against Na'Vi as kind of a curveball. You know, it's like, all right, you want to pick to basically beat us and how we played in the last game? Well, it's not going to be anything like that. That's very possible. Ogre, definitely leaning towards lane domination. Ogre Luna, very annoying because you give the Ogre base damage and armor, as if he didn't already have enough tankiness.
Hitting in our third pick, Oracle. Very good
That's a nice
dispatch. Very good dispatch.
Yeah, there's like a lot of magic damage that's flying around between these 3 heroes. There's a decent amount of a single target coming from it as well. You could dispel off Shadow Strike. Your Fate's Edict, or I think it's Fate's Edict, the W, will block out a lot of damage in both the Ogre and the single target cast, as well as like Eclipse's telegraphed magic damage. So you can protect one person with Fate's Edict, and then you could use your False Promise to be able to save a different person. So I think this is a good choice.
Kind of nullifies the Luna Ags build to some degree, just because you can always save one person with the Fate's Edict. It's this for similar reasons that Oracle is a great counter to Gyrocopter. You're just crapping out magic damage, and Oracle's like, well, okay, have some free magic immunity for the duration of the magic damage, which, like you said, is very projected.
So I know it's the third, still third on the draft, but are you sensing Na'Vi still having that fight even after that loss on 2 with this draft so far? Are you sensing it?
I think their draft is the Oracle is a bit reactive, so it's hard for me to personally say, to be honest. But with that being said, you're also playing into this weird new first pick that people don't really pick in the Luna. So it's kind of like cheesy enough and weird and strange enough that I don't think it's a far stretch to go for an Oracle, which you wouldn't normally pick, and still play more tradition. So it's hard to say. Oh god, I have not seen that hero in a long time.
Oh yes,
Whoa.
First time this tournament.
Okay, so it is good versus. I like playing it against Oracle because the silence is really annoying for you, and you're a good hero to hunt the backline.
And
it's also very good versus Puck.
Like all 3 of these heroes, honestly, this is a great Night Stalker game.
Okay, and there is another. It's a stupid synergy. I don't know how effective it really is. I'm going to say not very effective. But the Luna turning it into nighttime with the.
No way. No, I mean, it's kind of cool. I mean, it's just such a short duration that it's kind of a meme. But good lord, other than like, it is a great Night Stalker game though. Like, Damn, dude, I love playing this hero whenever there's an Earthshaker that's like, oh, I'm trying to go for that perfect echo, and you're just like, boom, you blink on him and just silence him, and he's like, what the hell? I gotta get out of here. Like Oracle and Puck, exact same scenario. Like these are 3 hard backliners. With that being said, though, Night Stalker does nothing at all to TB in lane. Like this hero has too much armor to be harassed down by the Night Stalker's ridiculous base damage.
Yeah.
I believe this is the first Terrorblade game of this tournament as well, if I were to remember correctly.
Surprisingly, because I do feel like the hero is quite good. You're correct. It is the first Night Stalker, or the first Terrorblade game, as well as the first Night Stalker game of the tournament as well. So I mean, this is what happens when this Luna comes out. That's weird. All right, I'm gonna pick Oracle to counter it. Okay, well this weird Oracle comes out. All right, Night Stalker comes out, and you just have this like cascading effect of these strange and new meta heroes being picked. I mean, not super new meta, but just not standard for what people are picking right now, especially in this tournament because of the original Luna pick.
Okay, I think this is a bad Luna game. I think it's a bad enough Luna game that it's definitely a 4 position now, and you're running either Quap safe lane or mid, and you're going to pick up a different type carry, maybe something like a Medusa, maybe something that has a faster timing against TB. I just really do not like this Luna so far. I feel like there's enough to burst her down. I think it's a hard matchup versus TB. Like your Eclipse is ineffective against Illusions. He has much longer range and has the kind of physical damage that you hate.
And the Q as well. Like you press the Q on the Luna with Mantas, and all of a sudden you have whatever percent. It's like I think it's 100% damage illusions that are all glaving your team. Like it legitimately makes you a better Luna to have TB by just pressing his Q. That's always been the most annoying thing for Luna. I'm totally with you. I would even say like I'd rather see a carry Night Stalker and a 3 Luna. Instead of a Luna being the one that's like, okay, your Luna's got to be the win condition to the game. I'd rather Night Stalker be the goddamn win condition.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how Secret changes their draft. It's not a bad position for them to be in at all, just because they did set this up so they can lower the Luna's net worth priority if they wanted to.
Yeah, definitely. Secret's probably thinking like they need something to deal with the TB illusions right now. I don't see that they really have anything. Quap Core kind of can, but not to the degree that you'd like. You want a little bit more magical damage to clear those. Something like a Zeus, but it's not a great Zeus game outside of the TB.
Yeah, I think harder carries, if they want to go that route, would be Medusa and Phantom Lancer.
Morphling's not bad too. You just steal the TB spells, or you're kind of a better TB.
One question. Go on, Jenkins. Sorry.
I was gonna say like you could all in on early game too if you're Secret and just go Clinks, and like silence the Puck Oracle and just say screw the TB. He's never getting to the late game.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? Clinks
well, that makes the PL really bad. That's kind of cool. Like they read this and say like, oh, PL is one of the best carries they can get here, and Underlord destroys that hero and it destroys Luna.
And also pretty good against Morphling as well. So
yeah,
it really this kind of like knocks off a lot of the Naga Siren as well. You can't just Naga into the TB. It's looking rough. There's a Juggernaut, but you could definitely be susceptible to TB late game. All right, they're all inning on the early game. That's that.
Okay, so
Nisha,
is it
for Luna? I think, and then
yeah,
carry,
I think so too. Right?
It's a carry Night Stalker and then Offlane Timber. Okay, cool. Really cool.
Ooh.
So carry Night Stalker that built an Aghanim Scepter, I think can be good versus Terrorblade because his stats is so heavy and he just gets
for
on
a
top
period.
Of you.
For a period, he can, yeah. When you get real late game, TB's gonna completely destroy this game. But I think the point here is that it's not gonna get to late game for Secret. Like if they go late game, they're pretty done to this TB. I don't see what they do to ever kill the illusions, but it's Secret, so they're gonna find their timing. Navi's gotta avoid it at all costs.
But you guys really like that Underlord pick at the end by Na'Vi as well.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Now I don't. This Timber, no matter what side lane this Timber goes into, honestly, no matter what lane this Timber goes into, it's a free Timber game. Like, what damage do they have to kill a Timber Saw? There's nothing. There is no way they kill Timber before 15 minutes. They need a Vessel to kill Timber. Magical is going to have to rush a Vessel in this game in order to kill Zai on Timber. And by that time, it might be too late. They might have lost too many towers if Secret play the early game well enough.
And outside of the laning phase, right, like going into the mid game, you don't have enough playmakers, I think, for Na'Vi against this fast pace of a lineup from Secret. You've got Underlord TB, like neither one of those heroes is doing a whole lot for you when Matamaban and Yapzor and Zai are just running at you looking for kills.
Okay, well, either it ends early or Na'Vi take it late. We're going to find out how potentially the final game of this series is going to pan out. Cap Jenkins taking us through the Dota action.
So Jenkins, what are you giving it? Percentage-wise, what do you think this is?
Oh God, it's hard. It's hard to say it unbiased with watching the last two games, but
yeah.
I think in this patch, if you're getting a last pick Timber and it's a good Timber game, I mean, this hero in a lot of these previous tournaments, like such as we play, it's like pick ban 100% of the time, and 90% of the time it's banned, right? Like everybody respects this hero, so to forget about it and let the best team in the world last pick it into a good game, how can I vote against Secret? You know, like it has to be above 70% chance for Secret. This Timber is just a broken hero, and they got last pick Timber into TB and Underlord. Oh boy, it's gonna be a fun game for Zai. He's having a great time here.
Yeah, they have like a significant lack of damage to lay into this Timber Saw, right? It just comes from like Puck plus like Oracle can be some decent single target damage, but it's just not that overwhelming amount that guarantees a kill. If he gets a hood, then it's over. Their physical damage is like so bad versus this Timber Saw. They can't pressure him fast enough in the laning phase because they have an Earthshaker. There's definitely a lot of problems with this.
It's a nice last pick. Team Secret really takes advantage of that last pick. I think if teams are to copy anything from Secret, I think probably the easiest bang for your buck thing to copy is the fact that if you take the last pick priority and you are versatile in the roles that you pick, like you can throw the Quap into any lane, for example, then the last pick is really goddamn good. And we've seen this in 2 games so far in this best of 5 with the Zeus. With the Zeus, with the Visage, and the Timber, right? Like they did it 3 times.
Yeah.
With the last pick, if I'm not mistaken, which is pretty ridiculous. And their other lanes like don't lose as a result, you know.
It's funny how from like there was just 3 seconds where I was like, Underlord, cool pick, and then you see Secret's last pick, and you're like, oh God,
Underlord.
What
that's
a
not an
terrible
illusion
pick.
hero. Oh boy.
That wasn't an agility illusion-based hero last pick. That was a fast hero that abuses strength heroes, and now means that Na'Vi are. I think what's very likely to happen here is they're going to get run over for 20 minutes, and they're going to have to do a lot of split pushing with Magical and Pasha. I think Pasha's going to have to go out and suicide run down lanes just to be able to create an ounce of space for Crystallize to work with.
Man, that's rough to do though against a Night Stalker and a Timber. Like a Timber shows up into your lane and presses Q on you, and you're like, I'm so tanky. Look at me, I'm Underlord, and it's like boom, half your HP because of Timber Q ability.
Look at top lane. So Slayer used his Fisher block on the enemy creep wave, so it actually blocked them out from the experience range of one of the melee creeps, and the entire creep wave went underneath tower, so Nisha only got 1 last hit on top of that.
Yeah, I like that. It's really good when you're playing against a dire safe lane because the creeps are a lot closer to the tower to start, so it's really easy to just block the wave a little bit, and then you're going to end up with your creep wave into the tower. So it's really nice to see people doing this. I feel like people should have been doing this for a long time with these like Clockworks and Earthshakers. You know, these heroes that can manipulate the equilibrium, especially when you're playing Radiant offlane.
Pretty much the only counter to it is if a hero is already in place in lane, and they're able to tank the opposing creep wave in front of the tower, preventing it from going in range. That's your only move at that point.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you would have enough time to like maneuver the creep wave around before the Fissure despawns. Like that is a really weird one, you know?
Yeah, you would probably have to tank like a significant amount of damage either way.
I think so, yeah, I agree. I think so.
9 CS already for Matumba Man in his mid-Night Stalker. I don't know. This is so nostalgic for me. It makes me think of watching Synderin play Night Stalker mid a long ago.
You know, it kind of makes sense. He is a fast-paced hero. Once it hits that 4-minute mark, it's going to be nighttime in about a minute, you know? So, like, when the runes do start spawning, he's very quickly going to become a beast who can control all the runes and play in the side lanes. And as well as, like, he's playing against a puck, so he can tank a lot of damage from the puck because of his high base stats and his base regen. So it does feel good.
Slayer's being a beast right now, okay? He did that Fissure block. Then he pulled the next creep wave, blocking the hard camp so it couldn't get double pulled. And then he goes behind the tower again, kills Nisha's courier so he doesn't have his null talisman. That is very effective for position play for the first 2 minutes.
Yeah, definitely. I think Earthshaker is one of the best heroes at doing this, just because you can manipulate the creeps with the boots of speed. You just run around and you know, stop pulls, and you pull yourself, and also you have the fissure to stop creeps. It's one of the best heroes at doing this. I think you can consistently do it too every game, because like we talked about, how do you counter it? You really can't. You're gonna have to take a lot of damage if you want to counter the way this hero plays. I love this hero. I feel like Earthshaker's S tier, and people totally underrate it, especially in pubs.
Crystallize is struggling a little bit more compared to everybody else. Is only 14-1. Zai seemingly get total free farm in this lane, and it looks like maybe even a kill as Ilias drops a little bit low. Yapsor doesn't have another nuke up though. So unable to kill anybody. And even as they Fissure block, like there's no play to be made. Let's say Zai was somehow blocked completely by the Fissure. They can't go on.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, we're praising Slayer's support play here, but I think showing up to this bot lane is a mistake for him.
I agree.
Sure, you're pressuring Yapsor. Who gives a shit? It's Yapsor, dude. He's a position 4. He wants to be making this space here.
Dude, like, watch. He's going to stay underneath this easy camp long enough, and they actually block it themselves on the side of Na'Vi, so they're not only going to kill him, but they don't have a pull to work with either.
Yeah. And now Slayer's just not where he wants to be, you know? He's only got the mid lane to work with, and it's a Night Stalker mid. It's not easy to kill this hero. And at top...
Yeah, and Pasha, he's dead.
He's
just trying to get CS before he can go down, but that's a first blood for Nisha.
Man, that's rough. That's really rough. That one rotation, I think, really hindered their early game.
Slayer is going to be able to snipe Timbersaw's courier.
Yeah, pretty nice.
Zai will miss out on that.
51 gold each. I mean, that's 250 gold right now. That's solid. That's good money. That's more than a kill. Courier snipes, very value.
Okay, this is the kind of rotation that could make a difference. I thought they were going to go for mid. I thought they were going to just, like, two-man gank Matumba Man, throw all their nukes, and maybe they would manage to bring him down, and that would be really good because it's just turning into nighttime, too. But instead, Oracle's going to go up to the top lane to try and ease Pasha's laning phase a bit more and make his life a bit easier.
Pasha trying to cut the wave. I mean, it makes sense to play this Oracle into the Queen of Pain. You talked about it during the draft, just the ability to purge the dagger. This nullifies Queen of Pain's entire existence. And Nisha, being a co-op extraordinaire, is holding a point. So he has not gone 3 points in the Shadow Strike because he knows that there's an Oracle in the game. What's the point? The moment the Oracle shows up, you can go for more points in the Scream or the Blink.
Yeah, and if he gets ganked or blocked out, maybe he'll need a level of his Blink. You know, if there's some sort of Fissure block, mid lane, there's the Fissure. It's going to be used here. Matumba Man goes back in with the Silent and his double damage, trying to push them away before he retreats as the coil fades, and Na'Vi run out of damage. That's where I thought they were going to use the Oracle, because I felt like they needed every hero they could in this mid lane to be able to bring the Night Stalker down. Now this is a missed kill.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with you, but it's this weird decision-making tree where it's like you want to be top against the Queen of Pain, but also the only lane that I think you can really kill with these heroes is the mid lane. Matumba Man, who's sitting there really low HP, constantly getting harassed by the puck. So it's a difficult decision to make, and they decided to be a little bit greedier. And okay, maybe just the Earthshaker's enough to get this kill, but no, you're totally right. They needed the Oracle. It just as a little bit extra damage would have killed Matumba.
Well, one good upside for Na'Vi is the fact that Terrorblade doesn't have to play in his lane. He is one of the best heroes to say, screw it, my lane's hard, I'm level 4, I'm level 5, I'm just gonna go jungle. And Slayer will do what he can to slow down this push from Zai that's coming in. His courier, not gonna be poked at. Zai instead just wants the kill on the Earthshaker, and he'll have it with the Chakram.
It's like Terrorblade and Wraith King. They could just go jungle and get more gold and XP than in any lane.
Yeah.
Like, these heroes just farm so quickly in the jungle. It is absolutely ridiculous. But that does leave Zai to destroy the tower with this big wave.
Yeah, Slayer could have pulled all the creeps over to the tier 2. It would have been massive, but
that would have been cool. Dude, Cap, look at Zai's build. Look what he's building right now. I've never seen this before. He's going
that's kind of cool.
He has it on the courier.
One of the biggest problems with Timbersaw has long been the fact he can tank the tower, but he can't actually output damage on the tower, especially since they took away his level 20 talent, the plus 100 damage it used to be.
Yeah, that was a nice one.
So now, with the Necronomicon, it means he can solo pressure towers very quickly.
Dude, it also, like, the reason that it's really good on Lycan, or part of the reason, is because it gives strength as well. Like, it is really good on these strength heroes. So he is going to be a lot tankier with this item as well. Like, look at his HP. He's got 1,060 HP, which I know doesn't sound like a lot, but for Timbersaw, they nerfed his strength gain quite a bit. So this hero's not used to having a huge amount of HP at this point. He used to have much higher. I think it was like 3.9 or something like that.
Yeah. It's going to help him farm really quickly, too. Because he's got mana issues. Necronomicon helps solve that, but then also you can use your Necronomicon to farm through neutrals rather than spamming out spells all the time with like a Soul Ring or something.
Right. Dude, it's funny we talked about Zai and how he's the player that makes you just go, oh, I want to play that in pubs. I'm looking at this Necro build, and I'm just like, dude, I'm gonna ravage pubs with this thing. Like, I'm so excited to play Timber now, because this really does make a lot of sense. It makes up for so much that Timber lacks. It really does, and it's such a good item right now, just generally speaking. Look how farmed he's getting. He's just farming with it.
Yep. With a free game like this, he's going to make the most of the space he's being given. Nisha is going to be caught by the coil. He does get hit by the silence, but he's dodging out all that firestorm damage, and now that the coil is gone, he can blink away if he wants to, but he doesn't have to. He's going to turn that damage on to Posh to see if they can kill him before the ult goes off. It does successfully take him back to base before he dies.
Bot lane, Slayer's just trying to kind of juke with the creeps and mess with the creeps to slow down the Timber's roll here, but Matumba Man makes a rotation and kills him for doing that. It's difficult to do that against a last pick Timber. Usually you'll pick a hero that can play against the Timbersaw like that, like some Winter Wyvern that can sit in the trees and jump, kill the creeps, but really all they have is like the Earthshaker at this point, because the Puck could do it, but the Puck needs to be making rotations right now and making things happen.
Ward being placed on this cliff area does reveal the special side cliff ward that Secret had in this bottom lane. But it also means Secret will know and will very likely de-ward this as soon as they have it. Yapzor is also going for Necronomicon, by the way.
I saw that on Luna.
Necrobook City, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good item. It's a very solid item. And you know what? They want to end this game early, so it does make sense. To some degree, it's like the old Meteor Hammer when it was first introduced and everybody was building it on tons of heroes. It's end the old game. And
I'm just imagining an Earthshaker just like blinking in and echo slamming a big wave with a bunch of Necrobooks and instantly dying.
Hey man, not if you end the game before the Blink Dagger.
Yeah, that's true.
There's no way.
Player with magical Echo Slam, everything they have needs to be used to make sure that Matumba Man does die. They do finally get their first kill of the game at 11 minutes.
Much easier with the Oracle, and it's also daytime, so this Night Stalker has the absolute worst day vision in the game. He's basically a creep during the day.
Yeah.
So just needs to play a little bit far back. Zai is getting swole. Look how much he's farming. I can't get over this Necro build. This is so cool. Look how huge he's getting. He's farming jungle while farming the lane with his hero. He's huge.
Yeah, when you have total free space, when you know the enemy's not going to run into you, what you typically do is Timber Saw is you change lanes. But here, he's taking advantage of that space and trying to max out the farming. Pasha, he got his Dark Rift canceled by the Fire Blast. He was in the animation, couldn't get it off, and as a result, Matumba Man was able to get the silence in to chain it up and make sure that neither of the heroes in the top lane survive a fourth and fifth kill for Secret as they now look to pressure that tower. Player,
oh no,
probably dead. He's trying to get his Blink Dagger, but it's suicide missions every single time. It might just be able to juke this out, but no, Zai very on point with his Chakram.
You know, it's funny, using that little GG tree against Timber is probably the worst hero in the game to use that against, because it just gives him a place to Timber Chain and also gives him more damage with the Whirling Death.
True. Unless you block his Timber Chain.
Yeah, that'd be sick. That would be sick. Maybe that's what he was trying to do. Have you ever gotten the tree on Timber? It's hilarious.
Oh yeah, it's so good. I can't believe the cast range is as big as it is.
Yeah, I know. I got it. I was like, there's no way this is gonna be useful. But then you hover over it. It's like the cast range is like almost blink range. It's ridiculous.
Metamorphosis being popped by Crystallize. He knows his top tower is under assault, and he's going to try and trade towers here. It would be a really big pickup if they could get this tier 1, but now Zai is here. They managed to get lucky with a multi-cast. Crystallize, though, does have the Oracle behind him, so he's not so easy to burst down. There's this Fear of the Sunder. They're going to get it onto Zai. Zai's going to be low enough. He's popped just like that. Crystallize still needs to back up, though. He's been Yule Sceptered up. Yapster's going to pop his Eclipse. Can they save him? They do manage to bail him out with that Oracle ultimate. He's going to turn some damage around back onto Matumba Man. The rest of Secret dance away. Will Crystallize live? Yeah, pretty easily. Even heals up a little bit, so he's going to be good. Still have not managed to take that tower. Few more seconds left in Metamorphosis. They're going to go for it now that Secret have expended most of their abilities, and this is where Na'Vi has their best chance. Their team fight is relatively strong, but if they don't get significant objectives with it, their timing is going to get abused. Once meta is on cooldown, I don't think there's anything that stops Secret from just running at you.
No way, yeah. And the Sunder was a big component to why that fight was successful, as well as Ilias. He did the little trick where you have a healing salve and you use it on the target that gets false promise. Like, probably one of the biggest changes that made Oracle a good hero was that if you take no damage, it doesn't cancel the salve. Like, you can't just it's like about the damage instance, you know. Like, if you it has to come from an enemy and you have to take an actual like measurable amount of damage. Like Pudge as well. Like, you can salve during Rot and Slark. You can salve and Clarity during your Q. Those are big buffs to those heroes. Keeping them alive.
It's just like, you always keep a salve because it's an 800 heal.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. It's just so good.
Pasha, oh, he's made so squishy by Zai. He's going to try and go for the Dark Rift out, but that is not going to work. Nisha makes sure of it, throwing out the Sonic Wave that kills Pasha and Ilias. And sure enough, we said there's nothing to stop Secret from running at you. About 40 seconds later, they do it in time with their darkness, going into nighttime as well. And Na'Vi, they know there's nothing they can do about this too. They're just gonna play passive for a little bit. Try and farm up where they can. Crystallize trying to make his way through the jungle. He's going to be spotted by Matumba Man. Now, he can't go for the TP out because Matumba Man is holding on to his Void right now. He pops it now, but Crystallize, he goes for the TP out. He's actually good. Looks like he thought that Nisha was going to be closer and managed to get the Yules off to stop that TP, but because that was a guaranteed kill otherwise.
Yeah, I think so. If you just hold the Night Stalker Q. Player with the save too. Really nice save into TP out.
Magical trying to build into Yule Scepter right now is looking at Puppey, but Puppey's got 1200 HP. Though even the 5 position is not so easy for Magical just to be able to solo. Any kill he goes for, pretty much he needs a +1 or 2.
You know, Secret is a team that I can't remember who it was, but I was playing on some team at some point, and we were looking at Secret, and I think it was Sammy Boy. I'll hold that thought. Bottom lane, Puppey.
The +1 or 2 is needed to be able to kill Puppey, and they brought 2. They brought both Slayer and Ilias. But Slayer, try to block out the Necronomicons. Sadly, he was very close to his Blink Dagger. So that's going to be delayed a little bit longer. But in a minute and a half, he should have that Blink up. And maybe Na'Vi will go for their next aggressive team fight off of Metamorphosis and Blink.
Sometimes on Earthshaker, have you ever had the games where you just need the Blink so desperately that you just sell boots for the Blink for the next fight? Like enemy teams like pushing your high ground. You have to buy the Blink.
It's an all-in high ground defense play for sure.
Yeah, that's always a sad time. Anyway, I was saying about Sammy Boy. He said something along the lines of Team Secret's the type of team where they just draft to win the game and win fights, and then they like itemize for whatever the enemy team's draft presents them. If for instance, you have this draft on Na'Vi that is really late game oriented, so Secret doesn't want to go to the late game, so they just pick really good heroes for winning early, and then they go Necros.
Slayer gonna be saved. He has time to buy his Blink Dagger, and he will survive thanks to this false promise as well. So he's gonna go up to full HP. The Blink Dagger is gonna be on its way. This could be a big opportunity for Secret as long as they don't lose too many heroes right here. Pasha. Oh, the Sonic Wave is enough. It was barely enough burst damage, but they got him. Underlord goes down. Nisha on his way to complete a BKB very soon.
That'll be big because the puck is nowhere near an Aghanim Scepter. So with that BKB, there's nothing that can kill Nisha other than like an Echo Slam. That's basically it. But I'm not entirely sure if you want to be echoing Nisha right now.
Yeah.
There's other heroes that are presenting some issues, such as Zai.
Aghanim Scepter being built by Yapzor, Aghanim Scepter for Matumba Man. Got some overlap of items on Secret. At what point do you build into the Necrobook 3s, do you think? On either one of these heroes, the Timbersaw or the Luna?
I honestly think never. Like, Necro 1 is just 2/3 as good as the Necro 3. So... Oh, wait, actually, they've changed the numbers around a bit. No, it's still 2/3 as good. At least the Warrior is. You have the 75 damage to only 125, so... It's just so... The first level, and it's just so efficient for the early game. Like, so efficient. Yeah. Build into some like bigger late game items, sheep sticks, lotus orbs, things like that.
Na'Vi, they wanted their defense of the tier 2, but they're going to have to push out if they want this team fight. They're going to lead off onto Yapzor first. The Fisher is going to make sure he does go down. The silence from Matumba Man is making short work of Magical thanks to the Fire Blast. Magical's still alive. He has to jump away from the Timbersaw. Dodges the Timber Chain, but can't dodge the Scream from Nisha. Matumba Man's a little bit low, but he's playing in the trees right now, watching Slayer from the high ground. Eventually, he'll void him down, killing him in the process. 2 dead on the side of Na'Vi and Zai. He pushes forward. There's going to be the ultimate use. Crystallize can still pop the Sunder. He's going to wait out that Lotus Orb, but Zai, as the Lotus Orb is going away, is going to back out of range. Crystallize has been healed up now. Pops his Q. Now pops the Sunder, but it doesn't do that much damage to Zai. Zai is going to be fearless in this. He knows most of their damage is gone. It's just going to be these right clicks because Pasha certainly doesn't do anything. He's just free food for Zai, especially with the help of Matumba Man, who's going to slow down these heroes. Plays the edges of the team fight beautifully. Back and forth. Crystallize knows he has to commit to be able to get the kill onto Matumba Man because he's not getting away from Zai. Jump in, Echo Slam onto 2. Is this Fisher combo gonna be enough? They slow down these 2 heroes, yes, but they're running out of damage. They need a little bit more from Magical. Please kill this Timbersaw. Yapzor goes down. Zai, he's gonna get popped as well. Na'Vi do get a rebuttal in there. It's not the best team fight for them, but at least it ends on a very small W.
Good lord, that fight lasted so long that the heroes that died initially respawned and were able to come back and get kills. That was ridiculous. Completely
a 2 for 5 exchange.
Yeah, that's rough. And the bounties. 4 bounties did we get? 3, I think.
Yeah, without
Nisha picked up a... Oh, yeah, I think Nisha just used one in his bottle or something like that. Or he doesn't have a bottle. Oh, a shovel. All right, okay. Oh, Oracle just picked up one in a shovel. That makes sense. God, imagine getting a shovel on Oracle. You're like constantly salving people. You're so happy. Yeah. You don't have to buy the salves.
Yeah. Same goes with TPs being so expensive now.
Yeah, that was nuts when you would still get 2 of them.
Yeah. That 180 gold gain.
Like, come on, as if shovel wasn't good enough. That was a ridiculous patch.
Still, my biggest problem with the neutral items, I just don't believe Shovel should be in the game. A tier 1 item that is useful throughout the game, that just shouldn't be the case.
I mean, you can backpack it too. It's like 90 gold per minute, something like that. I mean, you barely ever get the kobold, honestly.
Yeah, speak for yourself. I always get the kobold.
Yeah, I guess it depends on if the enemy team has it or if you have it.
Ilias, he's going to be caught here by Zai and Nisha. They're also going to pop the darkness to fight into the bottom lane, where they're going to try and maybe catch somebody. He's going to basically make sure they can't retreat or teleport and then wait for the TPs in. There's going to be Nisha trying to catch Slayer. Slayer's a little bit too fast with a Blink Dagger, though. Instead, they're going to have to content themselves with a kill onto Pasha, which is pretty easy for them. And they actually still caught Slayer. Thanks to Nisha with the Yule Scepter. Pretty hard for these heroes to get away.
Really nice setup from Matumba there, being really patient, just lurking in the trees. Night Stalker, you don't see the hero too much these days, so it's easy to forget how difficult it is to split push against Night Stalker. Like, it seems like when that hero is on you, you either kill him or you die to him, because he can just chase you indefinitely, and he can just constantly cancel TBs. So it's a really nice hero to like bait. You just pretend that you're about to run into a tower with your ulti, and then everybody TPs in because you know that they know that if you do dive, it's you or them.
Yeah. It's so cool to see Secret how they just dismantled Navi's greatest strength, which was their application of split pushing in this meta, right? They were by far, I think, the most successful hero in utilizing that concept, and they've just completely shut it down through their drafts.
Yeah, definitely. While still sticking to a very Secret-esque style. You know, you still have Matumba Man playing these non-traditional carries. You know, he'll play like the Necrophoses and Death Prophets and things like that. You have Zion, like the tanky strength, flashy offlaner. You have Nisha on his Queen of Pain. Like, they still have the standards. Of course, Papillon is Ogre. Like, he always plays some run-at-you, tanky, frontlining position 5. We saw him on Venge. We see him on Bane all the time, so... I mean, this is why people praise Puppy. It's like he picked something that sticks to Secret style while also dismantling Navis. It's always really impressive to watch him.
Opting for the 20% lifesteal as opposed to the 12 strength, so it really goes to show Matumba Man does not feel fearful for his life at all. He does not need to tank up any further. He can just utilize his aggression and sustain now from a lifesteal, the constant spam of the Aghanim Scepter to keep people around him slowed constantly. I don't know how Na'Vi wins a fight without like a beautiful 3 or 4 man Echo Slam.
It's all on the Echo. That's about it. It's on Slayer hitting an Echo, probably after a Sunder comes out from Crystallize. I do not see how they ever kill Timbersaw without a Sunder.
Yeah.
They don't even have a Vessel. Like, once again, they're against one of these immortal regen heroes, and they don't have a Vessel. That seems to be a big problem that Na'Vi is lacking in their games quite frequently. I think they're not prioritizing Vessel high enough.
Yeah, I mean, this game, it's like Magical forced to go into... I definitely think he should have gone a Vessel no matter what, but he felt compelled to go Force Staff because of the Night Stalker. Oh, Nisha. No such luck for you, Pasha. No Dark Rift away today.
Well, you said it. It's going to get to the point where Pasha just has to split push, and he's doing it, and he's dying. So it's looking rough.
The good old classic suicide down lanes.
It works every time. Either you suicide, or you get out and then suicide down the next lane because you don't have your Dark Rift up.
Yeah.
100% success rate. You will always die.
You will always die, and you can always say space afterwards.
Yes. He died in a good place. I honestly don't mind him dying up there. It's always a nice thing to have Underlord beating like this.
And Magical doing a good job of making some space on his own. Fortunately, a much more mobile hero, less likely to be caught, but maybe Zai just sniffed him out. No blink away for another 2 seconds. He does have the orb. Oh, missed the coil, and Zai punches him in the face, knocks him down at 6-21 with the 15k gold lead for Secret.
I feel like Zai was 100% in his head there, because how in God's name does a Timbersaw ever kill a puck? I feel like that shouldn't be possible. He has no disable. You just orb away, or you blink away.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle
I mean,
tower
there's just like an infinite amount of things you can do to get away from a Timber. But Zai, he's too good, man. He predicted with the Chakram exactly where he went. I don't know how he does it. This guy's playing with map packs or something. Consistently does this.
Radiant's middle tower.
And it feels like Na'Vi are drawing out the game, but not to their advantage, right? This net worth lead is growing so big that it's no longer a case of like, oh, if we just get to 30 minutes, Terrorblade will be online. No, he won't be online enough. Like, Secret are going to have too many items for him to actually kill anybody. He's going to have such a hard time being able to burst through one of these heroes like the Night Stalker or the Timbersaw.
I mean, at this point, you have Yapsor who's jungling, you have Puppey who's taking a lane, you have Matumba Man who's taking the enemy triangle on his own, and Zai who's just showing in every single lane. So, like you said, Secret is going to have way too much of an item advantage, I think, for this TV to really do anything, barring like a Rapier pickup. And he's
their heroes aren't falling off either, right? You've got Yapsor now with a level 15 talent, which is huge for support Puck, and he's got the Aghanim Scepter. So we're going to see a Death Star Queen of Pain who just jumps in with the Aghanim's Eclipse put on him or put onto Matumba Man, and they just kind of run in. And somebody like Ilias is going to be so easy to burst down. No opportunity to get off his ult.
Yeah, they're just completely melting. There's too much of a gold lead at this point. They can just dive tier 4s.
Putting on a clinic here. Team Secrets in this game 3, a 20,000 net worth lead for them and 28 minutes looking to solidify a 3-0. And Na'Vi, well, they're in need of a miracle at this point.
All I gotta say at this point is good on Alliance yesterday for putting up a showing against this team.
Yeah.
Good lord, they look good. Oh, Zai does not care. He has no fear.
Crystallize. A little bit low, has his BKB, and he has the false promise from Ilias. He needs to get low, though, in order to get a proper Sunder that has a chance of killing anybody here.
It's so hard to...
just standing on top of Pasha. He doesn't care.
Like, he's totally preventing this Earthshaker from doing what he needs to do. The only way back into this game is with a big Echo, but Zai is not allowing it.
They just keep on going. Bit by bit, Zai banging away at the ranged barracks. The Necronomicons will help him out. He sees an opportunity for a good amount of damage with that Timber Chain. Brings Crystallize just a bit low. He's ready to go with the Lotus Orb in order to stop the Sunder if the animation starts. A Fire Blast going down onto Pasha. Here comes that Yapsor ultimate. The Eclipse going down. Crystallize pops his BKB. He's looking for a Sunder target. He's finally maybe going to run into Puppey, but that's not ideal. He needs to bring a core low. He turns back over to Zai. But now his BKB is worn out. He needs to be saved by the false promise, but he don't have it. It's on cooldown. Na'Vi are dead with 3. Ilias has nowhere to hide as the sentry is laid out, and GG is called. Na'Vi utter defeat here, losing 3-0 to Secret. No question who the best team in this tournament was. It was a thorough renouncing of Team Secret.
I swear to God, we didn't see a single Blink Echo.
Oh,
he just couldn't.
Oh, wow. And what utter domination by Secret. It's just utter domination. We were talking about how Na'Vi had the late game in this draft, but even that was enough based on how Secret was just scaling throughout the game.
Yeah, it was just so hard for Na'Vi to ever to come back. It was such an anticlimactic way because you could just feel they were losing for like the last 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh man, to go from game 2 and honestly even game 1 to that, that's gotta feel bad. I mean, I don't know if there was some psychological issues going on in that game 3. It felt like Team Secret in game 3 was just on something else than in game 1 and game 2, if that makes any sense. Like, I feel like Na'Vi, it wasn't Na'Vi playing bad, it was Team Secret just executing this extremely early game oriented draft perfectly. And that's why it looked so bad. Like, Na'Vi just did the same stuff, basically, and Secret just destroyed the early game.
Yeah.
This all... Go on, Cap, sorry about that.
It definitely seemed like Team Secret, with this Game 3, made it very clear. It wasn't like that this best of 5, Na'Vi was getting there. They were figuring things out. Maybe you give them another series and they'd be able to give Secret a run for their money. Secret's really said in this Game 3, no, you haven't actually figured this out. We know exactly how to beat you, and you've got a long way to come if you want to be able to step to the kings of the DPs.
I totally agree with that sentiment completely. Like, this was 100% Secret.
Yeah.
This was not even remotely similar to the first two styles, other than the fact that they had a split push counter. This was pure early game, a crazy, unprecedented build. Luna position 4, going Necrobook, Timber Necrobook. Like, this is totally new and wild. And this just makes me think, like, they have a lot more up their sleeves than people probably think, even though people already praise them.
You guys were loving the Zai Necrobook build earlier, mid, when he decided to do that.
Yeah, that's I mean, I'm surprised that we haven't seen it at this point. That's like how good of a build it is that it makes a lot of sense. You have the mana regen, which Timber struggles with. That's why you go for the mana regen talent at level 10, despite having a health talent on the other side. It gives you ability to farm jungle, to push lanes without being there, push towers, which, like Cap was talking about, is where Timber lacks a lot. He can tank the tower, but he can't do damage to it. The Necro helps you with that, as well as it's a strength item. It makes him tanky. So it really feels like the perfect thing. Did he build Soul Ring on Timber? Did he skip that because he was going for the Necro? I feel like he's probably skipped it.
He skipped it. He skipped it in favor of the Necrobook.
Yeah, it just makes so much sense. It makes so much sense. We see people going Enigma Necrobook for the same reason. Mana Boots? No, not early. Soul Ring? No, not early. Just Necrobook. That's all you need to sustain on these heroes. So it does feel like a really good solution on heroes that need like a little bit more mana regen in the early game, because Soul Ring has been nerfed and Mana Boots, well, you can get that later on into the game.
There you have it, Zai 12-6. But let's focus on Na'Vi a bit. Okay, we've pretty much have talked about the kind of comfortable traditional style they have. Coming from this grand final with Secret, how does Na'Vi learn from this series and also stick true to their style as well?
I think that at some point in time, you have to be able to, especially in this meta, you have to be able to draft early game where you win lanes and go through and win the mid game off of a small advantage. And their closest game was definitely that game 2.
Yes.
They just failed to be able to close it out. I personally feel like the Visage was too hard to beat, but they probably could have played a bit better and established more of a hold on the map than they did. So I think Na'Vi, there was a lot to learn from this, but they definitely cannot fall back on their split pushing style against the absolute best teams. And that's where Dota's head is always at, right? Because it is such a top heavy game, because you get so much money both in many other tournaments, but in this tournament, being able to gift so much money to the charity of your choice, you want to be first. And in order to do that, you have to be able to beat teams like Secret. So Na'Vi's definitely going to have to do a lot of studying, for sure.
I agree. Yeah.
You know what, gentlemen? It's been such a pleasure. We've come to the end of the road with this tournament. You two have been so awesome to work with. It's been a pleasure doing this grand finals with you both. I wish really you two were the best. And to think this is the first time you two work together?
In a while. In
a long while, yes. Especially a tournament of this prestige.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't been casting too much, so it's great to be back. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you so much, you two. Cap, Jenkins, you've been great to work with, and take care, and I hope to see you soon in the flesh after we beat this virus.
Thank you so much, Harry. It was good to be here.
Thank you so much. Give it up for Cap and Jenkins. Thank you both. And we're going to be having actually Gork and Bulldog to close out the show right after this break. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Khadijah. I'm 26 years old and I'm a registered nurse. I'm currently in New York City right now helping fight this pandemic that we're all going through, known as COVID-19, I've taken a 21-day crisis contract that requires me to work every single day from 7 p.m. to 7:30 a.m. at a public hospital here.
Direct Relief is a humanitarian aid organization focused on health services for people who can't afford their care and emergencies. For 72 years, what we've been trying to do is make sure that those taking care of people who get sick or hurt have the tools they need to do that job.
Currently, I'm in a makeshift ICU unit. This unit has 35 rooms, and the rooms are doubled, 2 patients to a room. Traditionally, this is not an ICU, but because the acuity has increased, we've had to make ICUs out of floors that normally wouldn't be. It's very different from what I'm used to, but I'm learning how to adapt, and thankfully I have a really great team here. A lot of the other nurses that were deployed come from ICU, similar ICU backgrounds, and we kind of just band together and we make it work.
Well, coronavirus is unusual in that it's caused a simultaneous crisis everywhere. Hospitals that are running out of drugs, health workers who don't have the PPE, the gloves, the gowns, the face shields, the face masks, the respirators. We're doing our best to mobilize and connect it to everyone who needs it as fast as we can.
So this is the PPE that we're provided with when we get on shift. We have boot covers, a gown, a shield, and then I'll wear my N95 mask anytime I'm off the unit or in the patient's room. But because this isn't a normal ICU and the rooms aren't negative pressure, we wear PPE all throughout the night just to protect ourselves.
To see the communities coming together to combat maybe a common enemy, but in their own community with people who are stepping up, stepping out and stretching themselves and keeping them safe and protected so they can keep the rest of us safe and protected. It's a privilege for us to be able to play a role for people who find themselves in these crises.
Normally as nurses we're required to work 12-hour shifts and about 3 a week. This is new for me, having to do 21 in a row. I did not think that I was gonna make it, but here we are. It's been just really rough on the body. I eat maybe once or twice a day because my main priority is trying to get back to the hotel to go to sleep. And I think that's how most of us feel. We'll kind of get something quick and easy to eat for breakfast, and then we wake up with an hour, 45 minutes to get ready to go back to work because we're just so tired.
People like Khadijah are on the front lines, and sometimes all you see is a uniform. But these are people who are there every day, and particularly with coronavirus, they are risking their own health to take care of patients who are sick, people who are scared, and for those thousands of acts of courage every day. It's inspiring, and that's what courage looks like.
I'm glad that I was able to kind of record and show you guys what's going on here in New York. It has been a very tough experience. I feel like I really made a difference during this pandemic. It was difficult being away from home and being out of my comfort zone, living in a hotel for 3 weeks, but I'm grateful that I had the opportunity to experience this.
Right now, 70.8 million people have been forced to flee. It's not just a number. These are human beings who have had to leave behind everything they know and love. A daughter, a mother, a father, a son, families just like ours. They need all the support we can provide. Emergency aid, food, shelter, clean water and sanitation, education, legal assistance, and camp management. We protect people displaced from the world's most dangerous conflicts and reach more than 8.5 million people in over 30 countries. With over 70 years of experience, we've evolved into a leading global humanitarian organization.
The Norwegian Refugee Council is present in wars and crises around the world. We help millions of people who have fled their homes. We provide hope. We help provide a future.
Our 14,000 aid workers help people across the world. We help save lives and rebuild futures.
When disaster strikes and people need help, International Medical Corps is there with life-saving medical care, supplies, and training. 90% of International Medical Corps staff members worldwide are local, and they operate in difficult and dangerous conditions. We think they're heroes.
You can be a hero too. To find out how you can save lives, visit internationalmedicalcorps.org/hero.
We are back, and I am joined by these two very fun gentlemen over here. We have Bulldog and Gort. We have just, of course, finished that Best of 5 series, Na'Vi and Secret totally dominating 3-0. I'm going to start with you, Bulldog. What would you have wanted to see from Na'Vi against Secret throughout the series?
Oh, sorry, I was muted.
No worries. It looked really good, though. I mean, it looked really insightful, but go on.
Yes. It's a hard series for sure coming into this. You just got to focus on your own game and honestly just try a lot of aggression. Just do well in the laning stage. You know, there's really no easy way to beat Secret. So, you know, there's no easy answer to that.
Gort?
Yeah, I mean, I think they had a very reactive playstyle and a very reactive drafting style on Na'Vi. I think they needed to beat maybe was considered the best team in the world right now. You need to bring something different. You need to bring your own style and play it really well. Like, show the kind of aggression VP showed in the major, and just have confidence in your own picks, and maybe last pick some cheese if that doesn't work. Maybe some Broodmother.
There you go. Okay, that's great. Now I'm gonna follow up with that question. We're gonna start with you, Gort. In regards to that, to sticking to your own style to beating Secret, we're gonna start with both your teams. With OG, how do they beat Secret in a series like this, staying true to their own style?
Staying true to their own style. Well, that's how they beat them. They stay true to their own style. They play what they're confident in. I think OG's one of the teams that do that really well. They have their own kind of style of picks, style of gameplay, style of how to think about the game, and that might just be enough to throw Secret off their comfort zone.
Bulldog?
When it comes to Alliance, the series they played against Secret was very even and very fun matchup. But the way they play is just get their own comfort heroes, I get that limp DK or something like that, and the Mirana and stuff like that they do a lot works very well. And whatever is, just play their own comfort heroes, and that's how you beat them. You can't focus too much on Secret and do to reactive Dota. That doesn't work.
And that's wonderful insight. And I think that's just solid. You can't argue with sticking to your own style. So thank you very much. And hopefully we'll see teams move forward and just play their kind of Dota. Lastly, I just want to ask, what were your favorite moments from this entire tournament? Let's start with Bulldog.
Okay, this might be a little bit biased, but it is a series of Secret versus Alliance. We did see that Secret kind of crushed their way through this tournament, and even at the grand final, but Alliance did give them a run for their money, and it was just a really fun match, honestly, or a series. So just that series in general. Maybe I'm biased, but
No, not biased at all. I mean, I'm sure your boys felt very good, of course, especially watching how Secret's doing right now. Gord?
I liked I'm gonna go with the biased answer. The moments I remember most was actually looking at OG playing. It was specifically against Na'Vi. I learned a lot with how they played tri-lanes and how they punished offlaners, and that's something I'm gonna remember and take with me. I think it was a very cool thing to see. I think they do it really well. And I liked the way they play the early game in those series.
Thank you very much. Okay, and lastly, we do have, of course, an allocation from the charities. We have an amazing prize pool. Na'Vi get to pick $350,000 to the charity of their choice. So we're gonna just come from the bottom all the way up since we started. VP 50,000 to UNICEF for Every Child. Nigma 50,000 to Direct Relief. NIP 50,000 to UNICEF for Every Child. Liquid $50,000 to Direct Relief once more. Alliance $100,000 to UNICEF. OG $100,000 of help to International Medical Corps, and Na'Vi revealing their pick. We have $350,000 to International Medical Corps, and the pick for $750,000 from Team Secret will be revealed next week. It's been a wonderful cause, you guys, and it's been a great thing to be a part of, and I'm sure this definitely will be a big help to the people that need it. I just want to ask just some final words. I know we're all going through this right now with this pandemic. Any final words you just want to maybe bring out? I mean, the community loves you both, and just any final words. We are in it for the late game with this battle against the virus. So just some final thoughts on that you'd like to share with the people watching.
I can start, I guess. Could start by saying that it's good that the community comes together like this and giving back, especially to the children, because they're our future. So we gotta help that out. And in hard times like this, it's important to remember to stay safe, stay home, game on, that kind of stuff, pretty much.
Thank you very much, Bulldog. Gork?
Yeah, you can. I think Bulldog said it well. I think you can think a lot about your families and think about the people you're affecting, the risks you take when you go outside. I think just being responsible for what you do yourself, and stay home, watch streams, think of them as your daycare, taking care of you during the day. Don't feel guilty about it, and just take it easy. It will blow over soon.
Thank you very much, Gork, Bulldog, Gork. You guys are always fun, and to those watching, thank you very much. Just you tuning in is big support from this wonderful tournament. This is a 6-week leg, so the Fortnite community will come together next week for the 4th week of Gamers Without Borders. Thank you so much for having us. It's been a pleasure to be part of this wonderful community. Eventually, we're gonna get to have this virus called GG one day, but like Dota, this is a team effort, so we have to do it together. Thank you, everyone. Thank you once again, Bulldog, Gork. You all take care, stay safe, and we'll all see each other soon, face to face, once we have defeated this pandemic. Thank you, everyone.